and open up the opening session of this Urban Thinkers Campus. So on behalf of the Architectural Association of Kenya, firstly, it's just to welcome everybody on this call. We have about 35 people logged on already, and I'm sure a number of people will be joining us as the session proceeds. And just to welcome you again to this Urban Thinkers Campus. And I want to firstly start with a little bit about who AAK is and who we are and what we do in sort of an introductory remarks to put this conversation in context. So we, as an association, we're the Architectural Association of Kenya, established in 1967. And we're really Kenya's leading built and natural environment professional association. And sometimes I'd even go so far as to say leading in the East African region. But we are uniquely also not just an association that represents architects. We are an association that has a membership of architects, town planners, engineers, construction project managers, quantity surveyors, landscape architects. So we are really uniquely an umbrella association of the built environment. And because of that, we do offer a unique perspective in terms of speaking of matters of the built environment. We're able to do so from a perspective that's collaborative and unique. And we do have professionals across the board, both in national, county governments, private sector, and academia. And in the sessions that we start off today, ongoing in the next days, we'll be hearing from a number of those professionals and stakeholders across the board in the industry, including some policymakers as well. So to give a little bit of background on the Urban Thinkers Campus, for those who may not be familiar with that, the Urban Thinkers Campus is an initiative of Aak-Unhabitat, conceived really as an open space for critical exchange between urban researchers, professionals, and decision makers who believe that urbanization is an opportunity and can lead to a positive transformation. I'll just remind everyone to just kindly mute your microphone so that we can get the most out of this session. So as you come into the session, please do mute your microphone so that we can have a very engaging session. So in terms of what the Urban Thinkers Campus is, it's also intended as a platform to build consensus between parties engaged in addressing urbanization challenges and really towards proposing solutions for an urban future. The first Urban Thinkers Campus was organized in the framework of the Universal Forum of Cultures of Naples and Campania in partnership with the municipality of Cassata and the region of Campania. And this UTC is really designed to facilitate debate and to elaborate on a new urban paradigm through an open global conversation with urban thinkers. And in today's session, we're really going to hear from, in this opening session, just to start off, we're really going to hear from a very global perspective of various associations involved in the urban space. In the backdrop of this is really how AAK, the Architectural Association of Kenya, formed a partnership with Aak-Unhabitat, and of course with the support of ISOCAP, that's the International Society of City and Regional Planners, the UIA, the International Union of Architects, and IFLA, which is the International Federation of Landscape Architects, and are hosting this 3 days of virtual Urban Thinkers Campus. And based on the theme, designing a multi-hazard resilient city, and really with a specific reference to Mombasa City, Kenya as a case study. So just about our Urban Thinkers Campus as AAK, most of Africa's rapid urban growth is happening in towns and secondary cities that drive social and economic transformation. And really these secondary cities, especially those located along coasts, struggle to accommodate this rapid expansion, with many migrants moving to informal areas that are prone to a variety of both man-made and natural environmental hazards. So building resilience in these cities is very important for achieving country-level development objectives, as these cities actually do form the link between rural areas and the larger cities, and between a traditional and more of an industrialized economy. So this campus really is intended to provide a platform for discussions relating to the need for urban resilience and the fulfillment of SDG goals and realization of the objectives of the new urban agenda. I also want to talk a little bit about what AAK has done in the space of our initiatives in enhancing Kenya's resilience, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. In light of this global and very unprecedented pandemic, our association has responded as a collaborative built environment professionals in a few ways. The first is that we actually formed an AAK, what we call our AAK Rapid Task Force, a team, and this brought together professionals in the built environment to put together proposed guidelines on planning and design of COVID-19 quarantine and treatment centers and long-term infrastructural interventions for the Kenyan context. Within this publication, we have also looked at sort of the urban interventions that we need to think about. And we recognize that pandemics are clearly very anti-urban and undermine most of our basic ideas about community and in particularly what urban life means. So we've discussed in this publication short-term interventions, including things like pedestrianization of our streets, transforming our public spaces. And it's also an opportunity for us as planners to really become engaged and ensure that public health policy is something that we are involved in right from the start. We have also, as AAK, looked at and engaged a task force on floods resilience and prevention in Kenya. Again, this task force has run a competition and the results were actually announced last week. And I do hope that we will be able to share the link in the chat. And I welcome everyone also to engage in the next few sessions, because we will be presenting the design competition winners as well. And some of the solutions that have come out of this competition, we received 48 submissions. Some of the winning teams have really had some notable solutions across the board. We'll be working actually as AAK to prove these concepts of these proposals that were put forward in the competition. And two particular solutions from Budalangi came out as forward in this competition, including a prefabricated solution for a floating home, and really one that combines simplicity with sort of ensuring that what we build has an identity. So one of our sessions during this Urban Thinkers Campus will cover that. And I welcome all those listening to this session to please do join us in the following sessions. Lastly, we looked at the impact of education and designing educational spaces for resilience post-COVID-19. Again, this information will be available on the AAK website forthcoming. So what do we hope to achieve in this Urban Thinkers Campus? For everyone who's on this call, everyone who's watching this as we stream, we really want to focus on the objectives of this campus, which is we need to establish an understanding of the challenges of a sustainable and resilient urban development. Secondly, we need to analyze the steering mechanisms and instruments of urban resilience. And lastly, really develop appropriate strategies and measures necessary for achieving urban resilience, especially in our country as we discuss the Mombasa city context. So I think I want to leave it at that. We are going to hear from 3 speakers this morning, and I want to introduce the first one. I welcome you all, please, to deliberate and really to join us in this conversation. And thank you really for being part of this conversation. I'd like to introduce the first speaker today. And he is Thomas Vonnier. He is the president of the International Union of Architects, abbreviated as UIA. Thomas has worked on the challenges of urbanization, conflict insecurity, and changing climate patterns. He makes regular media and conference appearances on matters related to the built environment. Based in Paris and Washington, DC, Thomas works with public and private clients to secure industrial operations, hotels, universities, and commercial facilities. He also works with municipalities to improve urban security. A board-certified security professional, Thomas led groundbreaking research for United States embassies and consulates, resulting in landmark recommendations to the US Secretary of State. He has lectured widely on architecture and was a research affiliate with the Laboratory of Architecture and Planning at MIT. Thomas, welcome very much to this conversation, and we do look forward to your insights. Karibu sana.
Madam President, thank you so much. My greetings to all the participants in this program. And thank you also to the AAK, which is familiar to me. I had the privilege of attending one of your meetings when Emma Maloyo was president of the association, and it's lovely to be back in your company. I'm going to try and give some remarks here at the outset to set some context. Are you seeing my screen now? Very good. This is a photograph of Miami, Florida, not a place you would associate with this kind of image. And all across the globe, I think we're seeing examples of weather that is without precedent in our lifetimes anyway. You're going to talk about Mombasa, so that is a place that is, of course, familiar with the tragedy of flooding. These images are from Mombasa. And like so many places on Earth, you find the same images in Texas, you find them all over the globe today. So one of the factors that is clearly with us for the duration has to do with extreme weather and the results of impacts on our climate that are producing conditions that are without precedent. I'm speaking to you today from Paris. Last summer, the temperatures here reached record levels, and in fact, that was the case all across Europe. And now we're seeing the impacts of rising water levels, both in oceans and in inland waterways, that are actually having a profound physical effect on places that have been settled for centuries, and in some cases even longer. This is an image of the eastern seaboard of the United States, where barrier islands are being eroded and taken away from rising sea levels. And so we imagine and see images of this kind, which are not in the end as far-fetched as they may seem, because some projections are, of course, that sea levels will rise rather dramatically within the coming century. The second factor has to do with matters that Madam President has already raised, and that is to do with the way we live in very, very densely populated urban centers. If there are 7.5 or 8 billion human beings on the planet, it's probable that at least 1 billion of those people live in places that they make for themselves out of whatever they can find on whatever land they can squat. Some people call them informal settlements. I know that in Nairobi, the term slums is used regularly. And it is now the case all across the world in the largest urban centers that our cities have become these places of stark contrast. You find that there is poverty next to wealth, that there is ignorance amidst education, exclusion with opportunity, sickness with health. The list goes on and on, but these contrasts are pronounced, and they are manifested in the physical pattern of the city. Again, an image from Nairobi, familiar, I'm sure, to many of you, and probably one of the world's largest informal settlements. And so anywhere you go in the Southern Hemisphere, particularly, you find these patterns of contrast in urban centers that reflect inequities, excuse me, imbalances, and one might even say injustices in the population. And of course, today, a third factor, which is affecting everyone on our planet in one way or another. And already that is having a rather profound effect on the way we think of gathering and how we plan and dispose of space. And one of the particular qualities of this pandemic is that those populations who are least able to distance and least able to isolate themselves are often the most vulnerable populations on the planet. So it's fair to say that we live in a world in need, and that is precisely the condition in which the UIA was formed. And I talk about the influence of this pandemic on the way we use and deploy space just by illustrating some of the advertisements for new buildings that are trying to be leased in the United States, where they're emphasizing the quality of indoor air. And I'll come back to this. The UIA was born in a period of need immediately following the aftermath of the Second World War and a great deal of devastation across the globe, but particularly in Europe. And the founding organizations, the 27 countries 3 years after that war, felt very strongly that architecture held promise for the planet and for the human condition. Today we number approximately 117. I think it just went up by one this week. And we estimate there are something on the order of 3.2 million architects in the world. Our first president was this man, Auguste Perret, who was a distinguished French architect, probably best known for his pioneering work with reinforced concrete. But he restored one of the cities in France that was devastated by Allied bombing toward the end of the war, Le Havre, a famous port on the western seaboard. And for many years, we were lodged in his apartment in Paris after his death.
And
For many years, we were there in a building that he and his brother
Right.
designed. Today, and I'm speaking to you from the tallest building in Paris, the 47th floor of the Tour Montparnasse. And so this change is all there, but the purposes of the organization have not changed from the day it was founded 72 years ago. You see them here, and I think of them in terms of the initials of our organization. For today's program, Madam President and participants, I would just like to emphasize this point that architecture can make a difference. So much of the development across the world, and I would call it the non-resilient world, is automobile dependent. It is really based on the use of the private passenger vehicle and internal combustion engines. And anywhere you go, really almost literally any city you visit will have development on its periphery that looks something like this, which is really based on access to private automobiles and very far from the urban center. In fact, this could be a picture on virtually any continent of the earth. That is why the UIA, along with so many other organizations, has embraced the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and UN Habitat. And we have tried very hard, and I'll speak for just a few minutes about this, to demonstrate that architecture and urban design can have an impact on every single one of the 17 goals. We have published with our, excuse me, I'm hearing some interference. We have published with our colleagues in Denmark a guide, an architecture guide to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, taking every one of the 17 and finding a project somewhere in the world that is suited to a particular geographic condition, climatic condition, ethnic and cultural condition that responds to these goals. And I commend this to you. It is available for free in PDF form, and it's just been republished. So we go through every one of the 17 goals, and there are multiple projects demonstrating how those goals have been met. You can find this through our website for the UIA, which is easily found. The word sustainable to me implies something that I think we should resist, and that is that it's as if we're trying to maintain what we have. I think, in fact, we're about something quite different, and we're in a stage now in the world where what we do is really what I would call essential or imperative or acute, and it's not really maintaining the status quo, but instead changing it in favor of these. I'm very interested in physical infrastructure for urban systems, partly because in North America and the United States in particular, I think now with the change in administration, a very welcome change that has come about, we are going to be able to focus our attention in coming years on how we invest public funds in improving our infrastructure. And I think it's very important to go beyond the conventional thinking about railroad networks, automobile networks, road networks, bridges, and to think about how we want to live, not so much how we have lived or once lived or are living today. That means redeploying some of the infrastructure we have that is either disused or is single purpose to try and make it more accommodating for human life and human activity. And it really means also adjusting and adapting existing structures to accommodate new uses and, let's say, pedestrian friendly and non-motorized vehicle friendly modes of transport. We're seeing this, of course, in Paris at some political cost to the mayor, but it is happening, I think, all across the globe. And this is something in which architects and urban designers can have a great and very beneficial influence, in my estimation. Um, Readapting these systems, you see evidence of it everywhere. Here's a proposal for a conventional city street before and after, if you read Spanish, where before it was simply for parking and moving of automobiles. And now the proposal and the implementation is going to be for a place that has urban life for pedestrians, and in this case, young children, because it's in proximity to a school. So it's in some sense back to basics and thinking about how we want to live and what amenities and features should be available to every person who lives in a city, even if it can't always be achieved. It should be, it seems to me, an objective. And that has to do with very simple things, like how far must a parent walk with his or her children to find a park? How accommodating is that park to people who are elderly and can't move very easily? All of these basic considerations about human life. I want to close my remarks by talking about the work of three architects very quickly. Alejandro Aravena is from Chile. He's a Pritzker Prize recipient. I'm sure he's familiar to some of you. In particular, his work for Chilean copper miners. These miners would have, under ordinary circumstances, built for themselves in a fashion like the images I showed early in my talk. Aravena embraced this idea, recognizing that people would build for themselves using materials that they found or could buy at a different pace, using different design motifs. And although the end result of his work, this basic piece of infrastructure that he designed and provided, would not necessarily make the cover of a design magazine, it did make an enormous difference in the lives of the people who inhabit the place by providing the basic structure to make it structurally safe and the basic sewer, water, and electrical power to make these places possible. So he's an architect who has embraced, using his design talent, the reality that many people will have to build for themselves gradually, using whatever they can find and whatever is at hand. On another continent and in a very different context, Francis Quéré, also I'm sure familiar to many of you, from Burkina Faso, grew up in a small village there, was a very bright man, and managed to win a scholarship to go to Germany and learn about architecture in Germany. But he too is someone who has embraced the reality that many people must build for themselves using materials that are at hand. And what he has done in Burkina Faso is return to his native village and teach the tribesmen and women about ways to build and how to use materials in a way that produces a much better result than would have been the case otherwise. And I think he sets a wonderful model for our profession in terms of trying to address these great challenges we have, both with respect to resilience, but more importantly, fundamental shelter. I mention him because he's a good personal friend, but I also admire his work greatly. I'm going to close in this portion just talking about someone whose work is not necessarily universally embraced or widely liked, but Bjarke Ingels and his firm BIG have managed to capture the attention of powerful people, politically powerful people. After the Hurricane Sandy raised water levels around Manhattan to the point that so much of it was damaged on the southern battery and southern tip of the island, the Army Corps of Engineers in the United States had proposed building a gigantic seawall around the base of the island. very similar to the idea that they had proposed and built for New Orleans to keep the water away from the city of New Orleans. We saw how well that worked in Hurricane Katrina. But Bjarke Ingels foresaw an opportunity to think differently about how to accommodate rising sea levels. So he produced a design proposal based on studies of impacts from rising water all around the southern tip of the island, and essentially created a series of designs that offer recreational space and leisure uses and pedestrian and non-motorized vehicle paths all around the southern portion of the island when weather conditions permit and the sea levels are where they're meant to be, but then become sacrificial and resistive barriers when the sea levels begin to rise or during storm conditions. Here again is an example of how design can capture imagination and make it possible to think differently about the questions of resilience and how we accommodate these things. So I want to close my opening remarks simply by saying that we, I think, in the UIA are gathered together and form an association based on this belief that architecture can, in fact, improve the human condition and our planet. And it's important for us to look at resilient infrastructure in the sense of how we want to live, not necessarily how we have lived or what is currently in place. Please, if you would like to take issue with anything I've said, or if you'd like to be in touch for any reason, I encourage you to do so. That is my email address. Madam President and participants, thank you so much for the honor and privilege of being part of the opening ceremony.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Thomas. I think the president of UIA has given us a lot of things to think about. And I'd also encourage everyone, if you have a question or comment, please use the chat function in the Zoom chat. Just post a question, and at the end of the session, we'll try at least to take 1 or 2 questions. So President Vania, I just want to appreciate that presentation. You've given us a lot of things to think about, and really your closing statement on how architecture can improve the human condition and our planet, I believe is really the call that UIA has to architects around the world, including us as AAK who are members of the UIA. I also picked a number of things that I think I just want to touch on just in terms of your presentation. I've never really thought about sustainability as sustainable as maintaining the status quo. So we are so challenged. And then really, I think what this pandemic has taught us as architects, as urban planners, is the importance of what you said about back to basics, which is to ensure that what our basic human needs are accessible, are equitable, are available to us, even in terms of distance. And that's one of the things we picked in our education task force, is that now we have all these kids who get on buses to go to schools in various areas of Nairobi, Mombasa, etc. And in Nairobi a few years ago, we had children who were trapped in buses because of they were caught up in floods and the buses were caught up on the road. But how do we ensure that we now we go back to the basics, ensure that you have your school at a walking distance? And I also really like the 3 projects that you highlighted from the architects. I think in terms of Alejandro's really providing structural integrity in terms of the frame of buildings and dignified housing. Secondly, with regards to Francis Kera, really that idea of materials that are close to you and knowledge transfer, because we also sometimes forget that in terms of architectural practice and work, the architect tends to be very far away from the user and doesn't really translate the user's needs as best possible. And lastly, with BIG, I think what you've identified is think differently, that we don't have to provide solutions in the regular, normal way. So I just want to thank you for that very vibrant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, President. And for everyone who's on this call, I mean, it's an exciting session. We really have some very thoughtful and people with expertise on this platform. So I encourage you to ask questions and post comments as much as possible. So I'll move on to President Carrie Duncan of IFLA. I'll introduce Carrie and then you can go ahead with your presentation. Carrie is a South African national, but she has lived and worked as a landscape architect in Morocco for the past 28 years. She's a member of AAPM and she's also an international member of ASLA. She has a BSc in Town and Regional Planning from the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. My tongue is kind of stumbling over that one. And a double master's in city and regional planning and landscape architecture from Cornell University in the US. She's currently the president of IFLA and served as chair of the IFLA Sir Geoffrey Jellicoe Awards jury from 2015 to 2018. Her work is focused primarily in Morocco, where she founded her own practice in 1994. But she's worked on a wide variety of projects across the board in both urban city environments and small semi-rural towns. She has also forayed into Asia, Middle East, and in sub-Saharan Africa. So she really is very convinced that landscape architects have a crucial role to play in mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And I think we saw it there in President Thomas's presentation towards the end in Manhattan, in terms of the landscape sort of recreational park that becomes the first point of protection and sort of sacrifice whenever there's an incident that happens. The sea levels rise. So Carrie endeavors to promote resilient design in her work, both in voluntary work and professional practice. So Carrie, we welcome you, President Carrie Duncan of IFLA Africa. We welcome you to this conversation, and Karibu Sana.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great honor for me to be part of this important session, exploring resilience in our cities. I just have an important clarification to make. I'm not actually the president of IFLA, I'm the president of IFLA Africa. Which is an important clarification. Thank you very much to AAK and particularly to the Landscape Architectural Chapter for inviting me, and of course to Aak-Unhabitat for instituting the series on urban thinkers. It's a real privilege as well to be with so many experts in the field, particularly with our colleagues from UIA and ISOCOP. And I'm very happy to see from the first presentation that we're pretty much on the same page. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. So the theme of the conference, Designing a Multi-Hazard Resilient City, is very significant. If in the past we have confronted hazards in our urban areas, which have devastated communities and property, we are now facing multiple catastrophes, hot on the heels of one another. The frequency of events seems to have been increasing, and the cycles of drought and flooding, for example, are not uncommon. We just have to turn on our radio or television to see news of natural disasters across the world, whether they be devastating forest fires, floods, earthquakes, mudslides, cyclones, and hurricanes, and of course, drought and famine and disease. And added to that are the heartbreaking stories of the human condition that we see in the lives of migrants, refugees, and victims of war. As landscape architects and as architects, as we've seen, we try to align our thinking and actions to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the work we do, and we seek also to orientate our project towards salutogenic solutions, which concentrate on human well-being, health, and happiness before there is a crisis. It seems that we need to accelerate our efficiency in these domains, and that's where I join Thomas Vonnier in saying that maybe sustainability, we should be talking about imperatives. So awarding prizes, for example, such as in APME Regional Awards, is important, but it's not enough. In 2020, less than 4% of entries in these awards came from Africa. We need to share and implement solutions, many of which exist and are important. They just often don't get applied often enough. And in this respect, it's very encouraging to see that in your the next couple of days, we will be concentrating on an actual case study. So in terms of sharing and promoting solutions, we hope that the IFLA Africa project, which is just being unveiled in conjunction with ICOMOS, of creating an African landscape network, will be a useful tool for sharing information through a comprehensive network across the continent. So I invite you to watch out for important developments as we take this project further and develop it and ultimately launch it. So it's occurred to me over the past months that the science does actually exist, that we actually do know what we should be doing to ensure more resilient cities, cities that can resist natural disasters and catastrophic events brought on by climate change. If there are still any climate deniers out there, how do you explain that in Morocco, for example, in late autumn, the temperature yesterday was 27 degrees Celsius, when the average for that time of year should be 10 degrees less, and the maximum ever recorded is 6 degrees less. So I think that returning to nature is a very real necessity. The human race has failed to balance our footprint on the earth with the resources available to support it. So this is an image of Chernobyl. You all know the story of Chernobyl. And 40 years on, with no human presence, nature has come back. Nature has taken over the city again. It seems that there's great value in the action of rewilding the earth, as suggested by the great natural historian David Attenborough in his witness statement at age 23, after an extraordinary life of observing and documenting nature. So if you have not already seen his latest film, A Life on Our Planet, I really do urge you to watch it. He has got some very important things to say. So we all know about using permeable paving or treating stormwater with swales and allowing it to infiltrate into the ground to recharge aquifers, or filtering rainwater on green roofs to slow its arrival in the urban drainage systems. Yet we don't use these techniques often enough. We know about storing excess water for later use instead of losing it to the drainage system. Yet why don't we apply these principles? We know about using plants to clean air, to absorb carbon dioxide, to produce oxygen, to retain and protect soils, to provide shade, and their importance in cooling our cities. Yet why don't we plant urban forests? Aren't there a number of studies that show that widening roads just attracts more cars and simply postpones but does not eliminate traffic jams in the long run, and that the act produces more pollution, causes more carbon dioxide to be pumped into the atmosphere? Yet we continue to widen roads without improving public transport or bicycle paths. We know the importance of bees and other insects in pollination and in ensuring the future of our food supply. Bees and insects are dependent on good biodiversity to support them. Yet we continue to use monocultures in our cities in favor of green lawns over natural prairies. Look at how much water lawns consume, how many fertilizers it takes to keep them green, how much fossil fuel is used to keep them mowed and looking great. We are constantly destroying the very attributes of natural sites that made them worthy of discovery and appreciation in the first place. What is the attractiveness of a wilderness area for tourism if there are no animals left or no nature left? The attractiveness of wild coastlines if they are all concreted over with generic hotels built according to standard plans applied the world over. We know for example, we know the value of mangroves in promoting protection of coastal sites, yet we continue to destroy them to build new coastal resorts. I just want to take a minute or a few seconds to show you this very, very short video. So I think this video speaks 1,000 words about the importance of mangroves, just as one example. Yet why do we continue the destruction of our coastal vegetation? So it seems that the jobs of architects and particularly of urban planners and landscape architects have become as much about being facilitators and militants as about planning and designing solutions. Without political will and champions, are we going to continue in our same old ways? Political will, which bows to big business, particularly the business of fossil fuels, or development on cheap land, will only continue to accelerate the rate of nature loss and increase the susceptibility of our cities to the vagaries of climate change and natural disasters. So this is why IFLA Africa gave a high priority in 2018 to finalizing our African Landscape Convention. And I'm not going to lose this opportunity of having Thomas and Martin with us today to invite them and their organizations to sign on to this very important document. So the convention has as its ambition that national government, non-governmental organizations and institutions, including civic societies, charities, and not-for-profits adopting the Landscape Convention, will undertake to work towards implementing its aims and policies in harmony with their own policies, ethical responsibilities, and our national obligations to meet the 2030 United Nations Sustainability Goals. Signatories to this convention will affirm the importance of safeguarding and improving landscape for ensuring quality of daily life, cultural identity, and enhancing well-being. For combating many global crises, including climate change, land degradation, inequality, sustainability and resilience, sociological, economic, or political migrations, desertification, food and water security, cultural depletion, and diminishing biodiversity. Encouraging the respect of the physical, cultural, environmental, and decisional processes that safeguard communities and people. Reacting in an adaptive and participatory way to risk and catastrophes. Preserving diversity, tangible and intangible heritage. Ensuring ecosystems continuity in providing services to communities. So the notion of ecosystem services is extremely important. Fostering respect for human rights, including the rights of communities to ensure their livelihood and preserve their resources, their identity, and their beliefs. And integrating a multitude of sustainable development processes. So the full text of this document can be made available to you through, I'll make sure that AAK has a copy, and I'll also post in the comments my email address if anybody wishes to request it. And of course, for ISOCARP and UIA, you will be receiving personal emails in your inboxes to introduce you to the document and invite you to join us in supporting it. So let us not only share ideas and strategies today, let's concentrate on action, on the imperative. Any life coach will tell you that you can't reach an objective unless you take action by moving towards your life's goals. So I guess then a summary of my message today is best described in this useful graphic that I found on the European Forest Institute's website, which describes the path to sustainable urban development, including the context in which it's taking place. I won't go into all the details, but obviously the social, economic aspects are also extremely important. Designing and planning, deployment. Without deployment or action, the designing and planning isn't going to take us very far. The importance of governing and managing, but also very importantly in monitoring and evaluating and going back around the loop again and again in iterations until we come up with more sustainable solutions. And of course, doing all this in conjunction with actors, all actors, professional actors, planners, architects, landscape architects, but also with the local populations concerned who know often better than we do what their real issues are and how they would want things to be. So obviously in this case, in this graphic, it's talking about urban forest-based solutions, but we could be talking about rewilding or about green infrastructure, just as importantly. And so, as you continue to discuss this urgent topic or imperative topic of resilience to multi hazards, remember that the time for lip service has passed. Let us make this a call to action, remembering that every little step is in the right direction counts. So let's stop building on floodplain. Let's stop raising our mangroves and other natural forests. Let's stop canalizing our rainwater into underground systems, which then are thrown away into the sea. Let's stop impermeabilizing our cities with concrete. Let's listen to people and build on their ancestral knowledge of land stewardship. And let's stop putting money and self enrichment before nature and community health and well being. Let's do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carrie, President of IFLA Africa. We really appreciate those comments, and I've really picked some things that are, I feel, are really important to highlight, even as we move on to Martin, and also some things that are kind of sort of overlapping and integrating with President Thomas's presentation. I think one thing that really stuck out to me is human well-being before there is a crisis. And I really think that's something that we must take away from this conversation. And then you also touched on return to nature, how nature is actually built to facilitate resilience, and what you showed in terms of the mangroves, and it also speaks to what Thomas said, which is back to basics. And lastly, I think you also touched on a few things I think are really important and we also struggle with in the African context, in the Kenyan context, which is political will. And you said that we have the same problems, which is very true. And it's really this sort of overlapping thing of this political will and political push for projects that perhaps are not good for the environment and are not projects that speak to resilience. And we have that struggle in Kenya in terms of infrastructure projects that are undertaken that actually end up taking down a lot of the natural landscaping without consideration of navigating across that. And I'm sure the landscape architects who are listening to this will agree with me, particularly our Kenyan landscape architects. We have I think the chair of the landscape architects chapter, Ambrose Ofafa. We are clear advocates for ensuring that landscaping and the natural environment is maintained as we build what we are building. You also, I think your last comment is really, really important, which is this idea of call to action, that we can sit in this session and speak and talk and share some fantastic ideas throughout this Urban Thinkers campus, but unless we implement them, then we really are not part of the solution. And there's something that you said about awarding prizes is not enough. We have to implement the solutions. And really just to speak to that in terms of our floods resilience competition, that's one thing we are challenging ourselves is how do we now take these projects that we have awarded and actually implement them and ensure practicability and applicability of these projects, that they impact the communities. And I think this also speaks back to what President Thomas said, which is in terms of the SDGs, which projects are out there that actually meet some of these SDGs. So there's the awarding of prizes, there's the implementation, but even as we implement, recognition of projects that actually meet some of the things we're trying to do. And he also highlighted the 3 architects with projects. So I think it's really for us to think about through ideas, awarding, implementation, and then recognition of these projects to encourage other members of our profession to also be solution providers and implementers of these projects. So thank you so much for that, Carrie. I think we have been very challenged by your presentation. I want to introduce the next speaker, who is Martin Doubling. Martin, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I will butcher some names, so I apologize for that. So Martin is the ISOCAP president. He's an urban planner and an urban designer specialized in sustainable urban design. In 2013, he founded Connecting Cities, an office for research, consultancy, design, and communication in sustainable urban and regional planning. Martin is an active and senior practitioner in spatial planning, urban planning, landscape architecture, and the environment in the Netherlands and internationally. Furthermore, he is one of the authors of the award-winning and best-selling books, Sustainable Urban Design, Perspectives and Examples, and Sustainable Urban Design. Martin, you've been getting a bashing about this word sustainable, so hopefully you'll pitch in on that idea of what sustainable really means and the status quo. The next step. As Vice President and Program Manager of the Urban Planning Advisory Teams of ISOCAP, he organized the UPAT workshops in Singapore, China, Russia, and the United States for the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and for Aak-Unhabitat in Gaza and the West Bank, Norway, and South Africa. So Martin, we're excited to hear from you from the ISOCAP perspective and your own expertise. So as we say, Karibu Sana, Martin, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues and delegates to the AAK Urban Thinkers Campus, I am honored by your invitation to give an opening statement on sustainable urban planning in the post-COVID era and on the topic of designing a multi-hazard resilient city. Allow me to share my screen with you. To show you some slides. There we are. Allow me to provide you with a small introduction of ISOCARP. We are a worldwide member-led organization, association of urban and regional planners. We founded in 1965. We have our head office in The Hague, the capital of peace and justice in the Netherlands, and we are jointly working under the motto "Knowledge for Better Cities." We have over 700 members in more than 90 countries, and we arrange a wide spectrum of activities for our members, with our members, such as our annual congresses, publications, workshops, awards, and training programs. We focus on young planning professionals. We also do that for senior planning professionals. And we had successful and elevating congresses on the African continent, in Cairo in 2003, Nairobi 2010, and Durban in 2016. We organized the Nairobi Congress, Sustainable City Developing World, with the generous support and also on the initiative of the AAK in Kenya. They are one of our partner organizations. And we did that also with the support of Aak-Unhabitat. And although the Nairobi and Durban congresses were hosted 10 and 4 years ago, these congresses still resonate in my head, and I can tell you that if you want to organize an international congress, go to Africa, because they have the best congresses and the best venues. I really mean that. And one of my highlights on the Nairobi Congress 10 years ago, that I was able to lead the Young Planning Professionals workshop on the heavy topic of the area Kibera in Nairobi, where we, together with Aak-Unhabitat and together with some inhabitants of Kibera, came up with a few solutions and thoughts for the future, which is absolutely one of my personal highlights in my career. On the topic, 10 years after this Nairobi Congress, and last week, starting on the World Town Planning Day on the 8th of November, ISOCARP kicked off its 56th and first ever virtual Congress on the topic of post-oil city planning for urban Green Deals. We have spread this Congress now over 4 months. So it started last week. It will end in February 2021. And at our Congress, and I also hope at this Urban Thinkers Campus, we have the opportunity to exchange ideas and visions encourage each other, build coalitions among city and regional planners, placemakers, academia, practitioners and consultants. And why is that important? Because we have to work together and because we have to work on urban Green Deals. And these are essential for cities. Regional planners, landscape architects, urban designers and architects, they play a crucial role, to our opinion, in the way in making better cities and making existing cities better. More than ever before, we now realize that making cities also healthier and more resilient places for living and working should be on the top of the agenda of every government, mayor, city planner, and developer. And for the third speaker in a row, I now present you with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I could have predicted that, but cities, and especially agglomerations of cities, if it is Nairobi or Mombasa or Durban or Cairo or whatever a city, they are and will be more than ever before also the engines of global economy. It's also very much important. But on the other hand, climate change, emerging new technologies, increasing migration, growing inequality urgently demand solutions on the scale of cities. So cities and their planners, we need to rethink and innovate the way people live, work, and recreate in cities, how they produce and consume food, water, energy, everyday products, as well as how they make cities attractive, socially inclusive, healthy, accessible, green, safe, livable, and competitive. This is very well addressed in the widely accepted Sustainable Development Goals. As you see it, you see this picture for the third time this morning already. And I must compliment and praise the United Nations for their efforts to introduce and promote these 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the new urban agenda, because I see them as a kind of manual for urban planning. And cities and metropolises play a crucial role in implementing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But they have, yeah.
Sorry, Martin, I just want to interject. I think we're not seeing your presentation scrolling downwards. Is that the case for everyone? We are on the cover page, so just to bring that to your notice.
You're still on the cover page. Oh, that's something there. Oh, right. Then I haven't shared my screen.
Yes, we could see the screen, but it was on the cover page, so maybe it needs to go page by page, just to page down.
Thank you for helping me out. I will share my screen again.
Great. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, but I got a message that you are what horrible. My apologies for this.
Okay, no problem at all. We can now see the screen okay. Yeah, and it's scrolling. Yep.
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. It was working on my side, by the way. But anyway, so here the 17 Sustainable Development Goals again. And the interesting thing about the Sustainable Development Goals are that it includes what I would say the software and the hardware of the city. So it is the things we can all build and design, but also the things that goes on in society. So this, I would say, this is the hardware of the city and this is the software of the city. And you need them both for resilient and for resilient and cities. So personally, I'm convinced that urban and regional planning is the only discipline, together with landscape architects and architecture, of course, that has the overview and capacity to implement these Sustainable Development Goals. And having said this, This means that we as city and regional planners, we have a profound responsibility in planning and changing cities and metropolises to become more livable, more inclusive, more sustainable, and more healthy places for living, working, for children, for the elderly, for everybody. Also, Isocarp came a bit to a standstill in the pandemic. We live in exciting and troublesome times. Although we have to be resourceful and creative and agile, but due to the pandemic, the health and well-being of ourselves, our families and communities are at stake. And because of this, but also that our ideas, perception and priorities in designing and building better cities are shifting. So this is for us also a wake-up call for everybody of us. Some of our activities at Isocarp have, they came for a standstill for the first time since decades. Like our workshops that we do for young planners and all of those. But we managed to make a start with a successful digital meeting place for planners, the Isocarp Cyber Agora. And on the Isocarp website and in our recently published annual publication, the Review of Urban Planning Practice, volume number 16, we have published the first think piece on the topic of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I quote one sentence out of that. So when considering pandemics and other crises and emergencies, planners should focus on the physical form, perhaps on the material elements, but also on economy, society, culture, governance and politics. So I welcome you to read that think piece. It's on our website in our annual publication that has been introduced last week at the opening of our Congress. My personal take on this. My personal take on this is that we must realize that when it comes to the pandemics and contagious diseases, poor health conditions of city dwellers, we can learn from centuries of experience. In previous centuries, like Barcelona, cities like Barcelona, Paris and Amsterdam, but also New York, had to make huge efforts to fight contagious diseases and resign their cities with large green public spaces and wide boulevards, bringing light, fresh air and natural resources back into the city. I would like to conclude my opening statement with the example of the city of Barcelona. And maybe that is also a model for Mombasa, I don't know. But in 1860, that is quite some time ago, 160 years ago, the Catalan engineer Ildefons Cerdà promoted a radical expansion plan for Barcelona in the form of a large grid-structured district surrounding the old city of Barcelona. This engineer was, in fact, the first urbanist, to my opinion. The Barcelona grid was following science and elaborate studies, his answer in making a healthier city, as Barcelona's epidemics were devastating. Each time they broke out, 3% of the population died. So we're talking about tens of thousands of people dying of pandemics and in the city of Barcelona 160 years ago. But since Barcelona, clean air, open space, clean water, better relations and connections with the countryside and coast for recreation, improved infrastructure for fresh food and food safety are very basic principles for healthy cities and healthy citizens. Not without reason, the healthy city was also the start of the garden city movement and the modern city movements in the 19th and 20th century. Why is Barcelona still relevant today? In the last century, the streets and avenues were gradually occupied by cars. It was not designed as a car city, but it became a car city. And over the next decade, Barcelona will convert its entire central grid into a greener, pedestrian-friendly area almost totally cleared of cars. This initiative represents one of the most thorough revamps of a major European city so far in this century. Oh, it's an attempt. I go back one slide, sorry. It's an attempt to think of the new city for the present and the future, with less pollution, new mobility, new public space, and thus 160 years after the introduction of the Barcelona grid, a second effort in making Barcelona a healthier city as an example for the rest of the world. I trust that cities like Paris, also Amsterdam, but also Nairobi and Durban will follow this example very soon. I will conclude my opening statement with a few takeaways. And here they are. Follow science and scientific studies on dealing with the pandemics. Create more and better public spaces in cities. Promote clean air, clean water, and fresh and healthy foods. And make sure that everybody's healthy. Reduce the space for cars in cities. And do not get distracted from the Sustainable Development Goals and the new urban agenda. And train and educate young and senior planning professionals on a regular basis. As I said, the Sustainable Development Goals and new urban agenda, these are the manuals for building better and healthier cities for and making existing cities better and healthier. So, Madam President, colleague presidents, dear colleagues and delegates to the Urban Thinkers Campus, I trust you have an exciting Urban Thinkers Campus ahead of you starting today. Thank you very much for your kind invitation and for your attention. I'm very sorry that we cannot meet in person. Nevertheless, I'm convinced that this will be very successful, elevating and meaningful Congress that will contribute to knowledge for better cities, urban green deals, multi-hazard resilient cities, and above all, healthy cities. I send you the best wishes from the board and all the members of ISOCARP. I cordially welcome you all to join ISOCARP and to register for our virtual Congress. And I like to take this back to the moderator, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much, Martin, President of ISOCAP, for that presentation. I think that we, as listening to the three presidents who have presented today, it's just encouraging to see how like-minded the various associations seem to be around this space of the SDGs, the new urban agenda, and then just some principles that I think are really coming out over and over again. Carrie said human well-being before there is a crisis. I think, Martin, you have focused on clean air, clean water, good foods, which is really healthy cities and what they need to be. And Martin, I think you also really touched on the profound responsibility that we have as planners in being impactful in the way forward. And one other thing I also picked that I feel is really important to mention is this idea of knowledge transfer. We struggle with it among professionals in the various associations internationally, here in Kenya, in the African region. Just this idea that we need to continue knowledge transfer and ensure that the next generation of planners, architects, landscape architects are well equipped to deal with the coming crisis. I mean, more and more we've been hearing from young people and young voices who are most going to be impacted by climate change and the issues that come up with it. And if we don't equip the professionals coming up in the industry to deal with these issues, it would really be something that we have failed as planners, as architects, as landscape architects. I think one of the other things that I picked from your presentation, Martin, which is building better and healthier, which I really think should be something that we should all speak to, which is building better and healthier. I think that we have had such a robust discussion in terms of the opening ceremony, and I wouldn't keep this session going on too long because we're running a little bit late. But I do want to appreciate from the Architectural Association of Kenya hosting this session, and Aak-Unhabitat, really just to appreciate our partners. Thank you, Thomas from UIA. We appreciate you. We are members. Carrie, thank you so much. We appreciate you again from IFLA Africa. We are members as well. And then from ISOCAP, thank you, Martin. We're members as well at ISOCAP. So it's really nice to be hearing that we share a set of values around the built environment and around what we imagine healthier cities to be. I'll stop there and hand over to Planner Juliet Rita. She's the chair of the AAK Town Planners chapter, and she'll really wrap up this session and give us a way forward. So thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's a pleasure to come after hearing very good insights from all the presidents. And it's really an honor to be hosting this campus. So next, we are running a bit late, but we had hoped, and we are going to have 2 sessions just before our lunch break. So it's today it's a fully packed day where we are hoping to wrap it up in the afternoon with the urban labs, which will be breakout sessions where we have intimate discussions and solutions. But before that, we are going to hear from 2 panelists. And the moderator for this session is Caroline Wanza, who is a landscape architect and an urban designer. And she's also the chairperson of IFRA Africa. So Carol, I want to hand over to you to take up the session. And then immediately after, we'll have another session moderated by Cyrus Mbisi, who is a town planner. And then we are going to break for lunch. Then we join back again in the afternoon for the urban labs. So stay with us, give us your attention, and then we'll have the plenary session immediately after the session that you're going to have now. Karibu sana Wanza.
Thank you so much, Madam Juliet. Thank you also our presidents, AAK, UIA, ISOCAP, and IFLA Africa. Just a quick correction as well. I am not the IFLA president. IFLA Africa president, that is Carrie Duncan.
Maybe the next IFLA Africa president.
Amen to that. I chair one of the committees, that is the Education and Academic Affairs throughout the region, that is IFLA Africa. And I'm glad that my president is actually present. Thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you so much to the other presidents as well for making this a success. Mine is very simple and direct. Our session is actually going to be on, practical solutions, or rather critical areas of action. What we need to do, with all these happenings and with all the professionals coming in. Then from there, we're going to take our notes, and then like the others said, it's time for action, actual action, and the lip service and reports are now to be put into action. I am going to introduce our speakers for today. We have architect John Kinuthia, who has a Bachelor of Architecture from Nairobi University, Masters in Settlement and Infrastructure Upgrading for Development, and Cooperation from Politecnico di Milano, Italy. I hope I did that right. And also Acting Chief Building Inspector. He's an AAK member and works for the Ministry of Lands, Housing, Planning and Urban Development in Mombasa. Then our second panelist, who is Judith Oginga, is a motivated urban and regional planner and researcher with a passion for cities, the environment, alleviating poverty, gender and youth issues. Her work experience is with international organizers, such as the United Nations and the private sector, specializing in project management, research, environmental and transport planning, as well as community mobilization. So she has a master's in sustainable urban planning from Blinke, that word is a bit difficult, Institute of Technology in Sweden and a bachelor's in urban and regional planning from University of Nairobi. And she's currently studying her doctoral studies in sustainable mobility in East Africa. So without much to say, I would call on Judith to give us a quick presentation, and then we are going to engage our panelists for today, or our speakers, so that we can actually make this an interactive session. If you have any queries, you can kindly chat in the chat box, and then I'll invite a few of you to actually ask some questions in person. And if you have anything to say or to add on to what our speakers have to say, then I will also call upon you to give input. So welcome so much, Judith.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to be here and be part of this great Urban Thinkers campus. I'm a little bit pressed for time, so I will quickly just go to the presentation that I have and try to rush through it. So my presentation is titled Sustainable Cities, and I will be looking at integrated urban mobility planning, even in these unprecedented times. So one of the principles that I often use in carrying out my practice is be smart, simplify. And there's a quote here by Albert Einstein, which says, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So I'm going to try and explain some important principles in mobility planning, and hopefully in a simple way that all the different professionals on this call are able to follow through. And of course, that encourages a lot of conversation. So what is the current situation? We have three levels of sustainability. We have an unsustainable level or an unsustainable situation whereby the earth is in a state of degeneration. And we have our desired state, which is a state of balance. And then we have an ideal state, which is a state of regeneration. So currently, as you can see from this illustration, we are slightly closer to degeneration, and we are hoping to go towards balance and hopefully in the future go towards a state of regeneration. However, a business as usual state shows that we are actually on a dangerous trajectory with issues like climate change and increase in congestion in our cities. We are actually going on a downward trend, going towards a degenerative state. So then what do we need to do? We need to vision a sustainable future, which is the little blue earth that you can see here, a sustainable future which is beyond balance and going towards a state of regeneration. And for us to do this, we need to do a kind of backcasting. We have our desired state on the extreme right of the screen, and we have our current state, which is slightly below the balance, slightly below the balance state, and we need to do a backcasting and look at what are the possible pathways or options to reach a sustainable future. And this is where spatial planning, looking at sustainable urban mobility and form, comes in. Now, most cities in Africa have a complex urban structure with development corridors and a dense concentration of activities in the city centers. However, despite the structures being complex, we need to look at possibilities of having it being an organized complexity. And this is where we introduce the theory of urban web, where we're looking at mobility and urban form. The principle here states that all things considered, man is and man moves. That is the simplest way to understand our interaction with our built environment. So there is nothing more than being and moving, and these two elements have what it takes to understand our interaction with the city. Therefore, we have a concentration of the built-up space, and this space is connected by streets. The principles we're looking at here would be the nodes, which are the offices, the homes, the restaurants, the churches, all are places of interest. And all these are connected through our development, our transport corridors. And then as these are connected to each other, they develop a kind of hierarchy whereby the city center, for example, the CBD has a higher hierarchy, and then we have the housing areas, for example, being slightly lower. So the new urban models are needed for the 21st century. And now we have a new challenge. Apart from congested cities, we have a new challenge, which is, I don't know if you can see that COVID measures require isolation because we have a new pandemic. Despite having congested cities, we have to see then how do we isolate and reduce the spread of COVID even in this current situation. One of the ways is to understand our cities based on what type of transport mode is in those cities. So here we have cities categorized by the dominant transport modes. And we have, for example, American cities or cities in more developed countries being very automobile dependent. Then we have middle-level economies which have a little bit of a transit-oriented transport mode. And then majority of the developing countries are cities that walk and cities that cycle, even though they walk and cycle not based on choice, but because they are mode captive. So basically what we need, applying the urban fabrics theory, is we need a core that focuses a lot on walking. Then we need to also develop our transit corridors. And then we have to have, if we have to have cars, then we need to keep them at the periphery of cities and not in the middle of the city. We need to understand the physical limitations of space, whereby a car in an urban street can only transport about 1,000 people per kilometer in a single lane per hour. And the heavy rail has over 50,000 people can be transported on that particular route. And this is the direction which our cities, including cities like Nairobi, need to go. And we're so glad that the new Nairobi Metropolitan Service is trying to move in this direction. So we need to decongest and we need to give a prominence to public transport, whereby we can have BRTs and look at options of trackless trams in our cities. The future of commuting then therefore will be, now we have a linear commuting system, especially in African cities, which are very dominant on road transport, and they are very linear. The future of commuting, even in this period, will need to then focus on multi-nodes, whereby we reduce the need of travel and we have more people coming off at the different nodes so that we do not have a congested city center. Concluding thoughts are that cities are occupied by the human species and of course other living organisms, and they interact with their city based on their social and ecological well-being. For us to enjoy our cities and also to mitigate against pandemics such as COVID, we need to have a sustainable transport. We need to look at decarbonized transport, reducing emissions, but also have a structure that is designed around transit and mixed-use centers, therefore reducing the need to travel. Then we also need to include sustainable urban design that is integrating land use planning, transport, and financing so that our cities are well integrated. And again, we need to really reduce the need to travel in order to have our cities be more future-proof. And with that, I end my presentation and over to you, Caroline.
Sorry, thank you so much, Judith. It's quite interesting that you started us off with saying man is and man moves, but this same man moves like a pandemic. So we might want to talk about that as we proceed with our presentation. That is architect John Kinuthia. Just a few questions for you. You can probably think about it as we move along or before you run off. Is how has the current pandemic actually changed on how people move, comparing a developed country and a developing country? What's your own take on that, considering you have experience both in Nairobi and in Sweden? Thank you.
So the interesting thing is how people move both in developed and developing countries is quite similar. The idea of transportation in big cities is to move people in as large volumes as possible. And now with the COVID pandemic, we're seeing how then do we reduce how many people are traveling at a particular time in a vehicle, for example. In Kenya, for instance, the matatu sector has seen very innovative strategies whereby they're reducing the number of seats in some vehicles, trying to change the design of some matatus to kind of look at social distancing or to carry less passengers. Oddly, that is also the same strategy that has been applied in developed countries as well. For example, here in Sweden, we have tried to reduce the number of passengers who are also getting onto buses and trains. So the pattern is the same, whether it is in developed cities or developing cities. The pattern and the idea is to reduce the number of people moving at a time. That has a ripple effect on the economy. It has a ripple effect on cities because cities were designed to have a lot of people. Now, if we're saying that people cannot travel, then that means we have to change to reduce the need of travel. And one of the ways that we have done this is, for instance, what we're doing right now, virtual meetings, such that only essential people will need to access transportation modes. And if you have the ability to work remotely, then that is the method which you'll have to employ in your own situation. So what I would say is both are comparable, both the developed and developing cities are comparable. It is not any different. Both cities require movement of large volumes of people. And in the current COVID pandemic, we need to reduce how many people are moving in a particular vehicle at a given time.
Thank you for that. I think for us, we might want to change our attitude towards the possibilities of actually getting to work through other means. That is the use of and walking as a method, because apparently here in our developing country, people might think you're probably not able to afford driving to work or actually paying for your bus fare to work when you opt to walk or cycle. So it calls upon everybody to actually, change the mindsets and do the right thing for the environment and to balance what you want to achieve. As we move along, Eric Morithi asked that he wonders how important or how possible it is to implement some of these urban design ideas within already, existing cities, because it might actually call for a change, in policies and a lot of political will to have a lot of things going on, and the change we want to actually carry through and go ahead. Since you are kind of pressed for time, we might want to release you, but if you can stay on, you can still stay on and be with us. The questions will still come, and we will invite you, if you're still with us, to comment or say something about those queries that might come from the audience. Thank you very much, and I request that maybe you can consider sharing what you have presented in the chat box, so that some of that information, actually the information is good, and since you are kind of rushing through it, we might want people to get on it, and get the facts with them. Thank you so much, Judith, for that, and we hope to still have you on board in this good meeting. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Architect Kinuthia, who comes from the Mombasa County government, and that is the Ministry of Land, Housing, Planning and Urban Development. And he will be sharing with us his experience at a county level, how they have been handling the pressures of development, and especially it being a coastal city with limited space and some challenges, including cultural challenges. Welcome so much, John Kinuthia.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, AAK. Thank you, UN Habitat. and welcome participants. Also, thank you for choosing Mombasa to be the case study for this year's Urban Thinkers Campus. I would like to go straight to my presentation. Share my screen on designing a multi-hazard resilient city with reference to Mombasa County. And I would just do a brief introduction. I hope, and I know most of you are know about Mombasa. Mombasa is one of the 47 counties in Kenya, and actually it is the smallest in terms of landmass. And that also presents some opportunities, but also some challenges in terms of planning. It is also a major tourist attraction city, being the gateway to Eastern Africa and Central Africa. In terms of the geographic location, we are situated at the southeastern corner of Kenya. I would like to go straight to the challenges that we have in terms of hazards and disaster and risks. And as previously mentioned by one of the presenters, we have flooding as one of the perennial problems that we encounter. We also do encounter issues to do with fire. Fires, in the past, we've had occasions where fires have broken out, and due to probably the nature of our urban setting in terms of accessibility, it poses challenges in dealing with such disasters. We also have another challenge of solid waste hazards. Those of you who have been to Mombasa may know of Kibarani dump site, which is now rehabilitated. But as a whole, we also can't confidently say that we've dealt with the issues of solid waste management. So it is still an area that needs to be improved. In terms of building safety, we've also identified the collapse of buildings as a hazard that occasionally we deal with. We've not had many major incidences in Mombasa as compared to probably Nairobi or other areas, but we still have had incidences that have made us think seriously about why such collapses happen and what can be done in terms of prevention. We also have an issue of landslides, and this mainly is due to flooding because mostly it happens during the rainy seasons. We've lost lives in the past, especially in areas that were not designated for human habitation, but due to the pressures of lack of places or lack of accommodation, people have been forced to build in those areas which are slopy, and we've had some incidences in the past. So it is a concern that we are dealing with. We also know that the global challenge of extremism activities is not new in Kenya. We've had our challenges in that area. And even like you can see in this photo, there's a time when the Central Police Station was attacked, and it was a scary moment for most people.
Kinuthia?
Yes, yes.
Kindly, we cannot see the photos that you're sharing, kindly.
You can you see my presentation?
No,
the screen,
we can actually just see you.
Oh, you see me. Okay. Sorry for that. Sorry for that.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm trying to share. And now? Now?
It's loading. Yes, we can now see what you have.
Sorry for that. I thought we've been following the presentation. I mean the visual presentation. Okay.
All has been good also. So just proceed.
Okay, thank you. So more recently, the issue of disease hazard has been brought to the forefront due to the COVID-19. Although in the past we've had incidences of dengue fever, and it is and chikungunya, which is still a risk, as we know that Mombasa is a high malaria risk zone, and these fevers, tropical fevers, are prevalent. And right now, as you can see in this graph, we have the second in terms of cumulative numbers of confirmed COVID cases, and that has had an impact on the way the life we know it in the urban setting. So in terms of an overview of how we've been trying to be resilient in terms of hazards, we have identified that most of the hazards can be dealt with primarily by adhering to the principles and the established norms of urban planning and good practice. And so in that line, we've been trying to improve our infrastructure, although not up to the standard that we wish to be, but we're trying to improve our infrastructure. And because as a challenge that we saw while we're trying to deal with the impact of COVID, is that we don't usually have sufficient water supply that is present throughout the days. We have water rationing, and that is at best. Other areas don't have, like informal settlements, do not have readily available potable water, and most of the times we also rely on boreholes. So even in terms of trying to deal with this pandemic with such other challenges that were still there even before, it becomes a bit of a problem. So we also didn't have adequate infrastructure in our hospitals, and we tried to do the best we could. We tried to convert some other institutional buildings into hospitals, and we had some successes in that area, but also challenges because you see, the buildings probably were not designed to be
Architect Kinuthia, are you still there? We seem to have lost momentum. But as we proceed, some interesting things to note when he's sorting out his connection is actually how we see flooding, solid waste, and landslides, that together with disease as some of the challenges that the county of Mombasa and many other coastal cities are probably experiencing as problems. And a thought just came on, and I wonder how or if they actually treat the solid waste before it gets into the underground water, because he talks about using water from boreholes to actually quench the thirst for Mombasa residents. Maybe it's something we all need to think about and how that can be managed, because it would be good thoughts and very good to actually just keep everything together and do everything on top of that as if nothing happened, and trying to do the right thing. And I'm not saying they're not doing the right thing, but I'm just throwing in a challenge to everybody so that we can try and see how these things can be done and can be done right. The other thing that he talks about is diseases. And this I would like to throw in as a challenge to all the other professionals. especially, I mean, the professionals in the built environment, that we can actually have a mutual kind of relationship with the other, plants and animals within our cities, because we can actually use natural methods to control some of these things that we talk about every day. The IFLA Africa president talked about the use of plants, use of other small animals to control some of these things. And the information is there, and everybody wonders why we cannot actually explore some of these simple techniques that actually exist. For example, we all know, or maybe a few of us know, that you can control mosquitoes using some kind of plant species. You can also control the mosquitoes and other small insects in stagnant water using other small plants. And my urge is that we involve everybody when we are planning for what we are planning, when we are coming up with solutions, because all these different people in these different professionals have something to offer. They have the solutions that you want to, go look for elsewhere, because that's their line of operation every other day. So we don't have to look further. The thing is, we have to learn to work together. We work together as teammates to make this world bearable. Because as we try to build everything for ourselves and not think about the balance that we give to the environment, then we find we are going to be in a lot of trouble in a few years to come, when we cannot be able to explain why some things are happening the way they're happening. So it is important for everybody to, call upon the different professions to come on board and work together. Do we have Architect Kinuthia back? Architect Kinuthia? If not, then maybe we can have the audience engage a little and ask queries. And what we are discussing, or what we are looking for, is the critical areas of action. Which direction do you think we should go, and how do we balance what is already existing plus these many good ideas that we have? What is the point of action? Because we know what we need to do in theory, all right, and yet some of the action is actually very slow. So Judith is still with us, and maybe you can start us off and try and tell us what your thoughts are on the way forward, which way in terms of action you think we should be heading. As we do that, we are all free to actually ask and maybe give some inputs if you have. Kindly, Judith, proceed.
Thank you, Caroline. I actually want to pick up from the previous point that you made about walking and cycling in African cities. So this is, of course, the desired state. We are hoping that our cities can move towards walking and cycling, but there have to be certain changes in infrastructural design, and our cities are not yet designed for walking and cycling. And as I mentioned in my presentation, in developing countries, people are walking and cycling not because they choose to, but because they are mode captive, basically. As you said, they cannot afford, for example, to use the buses. And in some cases, they do not have cars or even the bicycle itself, so they will end up walking and cycling. In the current situation of COVID, congested cities make it incredibly difficult to maintain a 1 meter distance while walking. For example, if you take the busiest street in Nairobi, how do you walk and maintain a 1 meter distance at the same time in the cities? So we have to make these kinds of considerations in our design. Our designs have to be future-proof. They have to look at the current states in which we're operating in and see what are the design options that we have looking into the future. Of course, we are also looking at public transport. The government will have to come in and subsidize public transport. Public transport in developing countries is mostly run by the private sector, which exposes it to a lot of competition in the market, which leads to an expensive public transport system. So we do need the intervention of the government to subsidize public transport so that the normal Mwananchi is able to afford transportation, public transport. We need to have cities that place its citizens at the core of everything. Our cities are made for people, and not just, I mean, not certain people, but everyone. Our cities need to be incredibly inclusive. Therefore, since the majority of people in developing cities are people who walk, people who cycle, and people who use public transport, then this needs to be our priority moving forward. Another statement I always like to make is that in African countries and cities, everything is a priority. We do not have the luxury to say, oh, now we're looking only at transport, or now we're looking only at education, now we're looking only at health. Everything is a priority. And therefore, all the different professionals represented on this call, depending, I mean, regardless of what topic you have chosen to run with, everything is a priority. Therefore, we all need to see what it is we can do in our different specializations to result in sustainable and resilient cities. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So cities for everybody. That is what we should be thinking about, a balance between those who are walking, cycling, and those who would like to drive to work. Thank you so much for that, Judith. Carrie Duncan, People Africa President, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a comment. I think it goes back to some things that I said in my opening remarks, that in responding to the question what to do next, how to start, I think we've got two options. One of them is much more I don't know if it's easier to do, but it's more agreeable, more pleasurable, if you like. That we need to start with a political decision. We need the political will, and for that we need a champion or a set of champions, in order to orientate the discussion and actions towards where we need to be going. So, for example, if I look at the city of Singapore, the first Prime Minister of Singapore made it a priority to create gardens and to create Singapore as a garden city. So now in Singapore, there's no space to plant anything on the ground anymore. There's no space nearly to plant on rooftops anymore. So they're starting to plant on vertical surfaces of buildings. But that was all started with the political will, which has actually taken Singapore very far in terms of being a fantastic place for business and for people to install their head offices and financial institutions, because it's such a nice environment to work in spite of the difficult kind of tropical climate. The other way to do things is to wait for a disaster, which is not a very productive thing to do. If you look at Chernobyl basically cleared out the city of Chernobyl because everybody was too scared to go, and it was forbidden by the government. But look what's happened to Chernobyl today. 40 years later, nature has taken its place again in the city. And I'm going back to David Attenborough's film. I really encourage you to watch that, because there's some amazing pictures just showing the way nature has come back into the city. Okay, it's an abandoned city for the time being, but I think that there are a lot of lessons there. And then the other lesson, which we all know about, is COVID. If you look at the countries that had lockdowns, Morocco being one of them, suddenly there were no cars on the road. The air felt fresher. It felt cleaner. Because we were forced to stay inside. So I'm not advocating that we should be forced to stay inside, but we forget really quickly. We learned the value of online meetings. But as soon as everybody's just waiting for COVID to finish so that they can go and meet, jump on an airplane, jump in a car, jump in somewhere to go and do physical meetings. So even, things like this Urban Thinkers Campus, we're managing to get people meeting from different geographical situations, and they're all managing to meet together without jumping in an airplane. And we're still sharing information and sharing ideas. So I think we mustn't have short memories, And we shouldn't wait for another disaster to make us listen to what nature is trying to tell us. Thank you.
That's an excellent one, because remember when we started our session, we said with you know, in very few years we might discover that man is the new pandemic in our urban cities, and we are moving pretty fast, and we are clearing everything as we move. So it's actually you know, time we stop thinking of or waiting for another disaster to happen for us to, you know, take action. So we need to learn from to make our journey shorter, because I'm sure they may have taken longer, some years to get where they are. But for us, since we have case studies already out there, we can actually make our journeys shorter. I see we have our architects, our good architect from Mombasa, Bwana John Kinuthia. John, are you with us? You can hear us? You can hear me?
Yes.
We can probably give you like 5 or 10 minutes to like finish up on what you had already started.
So, sorry, Anna, sorry. Is it my side that is unclear, or can you get me so not clear? The sound is not clear from my side. I don't know if it's a problem with myself.
You're breaking your on and off, but you can just try again. Just try again now.
Okay, let me try to share the screen again. I can't remember exactly. I don't know when I went off air. I think
you are on the challenges you are on the challenges that you're facing and how you're trying to sort that.
Okay.
The page on challenges.
Yes, this here.
Yes.
So you can see the screen.
Yes.
Okay. So I was saying that in trying to deal with the pandemic, we were faced with some challenges in terms of infrastructure for our hospitals. We also had a challenge on transport. You remember when we could not use the matatus and all that, or the matatus were difficult to access due to the restriction on the capacity and the high fares. We were many people opted to walk, but now you see the walking in towns is not very friendly because of lack of maybe walking paths, places where people can cycle. Even when you talk about places like the crossover at Likoni, which transports around 300,000 people, it is not possible to use any other means other than the ferry. That's created a challenge there. And I think I had mentioned that the ferry crossover would be constructed, so that probably would ease that kind of a problem. In terms of infrastructure, we are trying to expand our drainage system, which had been a challenge resulting into flooding. Mombasa is generally flat, and many places cannot drain directly, sometimes into the ocean, and sometimes we are forced to even do the vertical drains. So we are having projects that are to alleviate on that problem. As I had mentioned earlier, we are doing a project at Likon Crossover, which is expected to be completed, or is expected to be completed by the end of the year, but probably is going to drag a little bit longer due to the effects of the pandemic or the delays. We are also had some interventions short term, so to speak, by providing temporary tankers and collapsible tanks at strategic locations. And we are also doing a project which is funded by the World Bank for reticulation of water in the 6 sub-counties, that is the whole of Mombasa. And we also have a drainage project in the mainland west, in the areas of Miritini, Chani, and Migadini. We also have a project on sewer rehabilitation, as I had mentioned earlier, in the mainland west. In terms of COVID response, we did try to improve our infrastructure in hospitals by converting some of the institution buildings that we have. Like we had a polytechnic building that was converted into a temporary hospital ward. But now, as I had mentioned, it is a challenge to try to convert an existing building that was not designed with flexibility in mind. So that is an area that we can look at in going forward. We also had challenges in dealing with the pandemic due to the lack of widespread acceptability of the alternative modes of transport like walking. Although in a way you could understand people because the area is not so friendly in terms of, as I had mentioned, footpaths and places where people can cycle. So as I was saying, historically, pandemics have shaped the way the built environment or the parallels in the built environment design. So this pandemic, we can use it to be like a trigger to go back to the basics, as a trigger to also implement the good practice that is in existence and to actualize the theories that are in existence. And also I can challenge the bodies like AAK and the other architectural bodies, even international bodies, to actually be like to lobby the government. They have a voice that they can lobby our government rather than maybe the professionals who are already inside here who are not able to always deal with the political angle of such discussions. And I wish to terminate my presentation there. I hope I've been audible at least this time.
Thank you so much, Architect Nuthia. You know, it is very funny that you're part of the people we should be running to for solutions, and you're telling us to get political goodwill. So maybe what I would say is you should open the doors for other professionals to actually join you in coming up with solutions for our cities. The goodwill actually will probably start with you, who is already in the system. I see.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Yeah, thank you for that comment. Okay, I'm not defending myself, but what I was trying to say is that sometimes it is better to get the pressure from outside, because it's really not a matter of maybe it's not something that we handle as employees of the county. Political will has to come from the politicians, and sometimes, like the way AAK sometimes does, we are actually happy as the professionals in the county when we see the AAK trying to engage our politicians, because the kind of people with who are not vulnerable to what could probably be the repercussions of probably challenging or things like that. I hope you get what I want to say.
I hear you and we hear you. Just as you wrap up this session, I would like to request the professionals to have this kind of a different approach in the way we do things or the way we run things. That instead of waiting for the government, who are you know, our employers largely, to actually throw in projects out there, we should try and have you know, be proactive. Let's work together. We make proposals. we approach the learning institutions as well, work with students, come up with proposals that we think are workable, approach different stakeholders, including government, and we say, you know, this is what we can do. This is what we can do with you and for you. Are you willing to have us on board? Instead of actually waiting for these solutions to come from government or political, you know, body. It's actually the onus is on us as you know, the professionals and well-wishers to be aggressive, get out there and tell everybody, including the very people we are building these cities for. We tell them what we can do, what we are capable of doing, and show that we have the solutions that everybody seeks. And like somebody said earlier in the chat, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We know what needs to be done, who needs to do it. It's actually now time for us to get proactive. And sometimes it's not about the money. I know we might want to most of the times say who will pay us, you know, who will do this for us. But humanity calls for, you know, doing something for the will of the larger, you know, population. And then somehow we will get the gains of, you know, the monetary gains as we do what we are doing. And along the way, it will pay off, and the environment and the planet will be forgiving once we start doing these things for each other and for our planet. So as we conclude the session, I would like to just say that we need to do this together. We need to work together. Let's not assume other professionals who are working with us. We are all willing to work together. Landscape architects, planners, architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, environmentalists. Let's join hands and give room for everybody to put their input so that we can have amicable solutions to the problems that we all discuss. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite Planner Cyrus Mbisi to take us on for the next session, which ends at 1300 hours East African time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Soldiers of the Eastern Front, the decisive battle begins
Thank you.
today.
Thank you, Wanza.
They're about to avert the most terrible
Okay.
threat since the home.
Thank you, Wanza, for that exciting. I think my name is Cyrus Mbisi. I'm a planner. It's my pleasure to take you for the second urban campus. Before I proceed, I would like to ask, you know, maybe you, I don't know if you're still sharing your screen. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's okay. This segment, the second session of Urban Thinkers Campus, will start off with a presentation from architect George Arabu. It is actually AAK Flood Response task force presentation. I'm going to call upon him, George, to take the floor and present that important report. Welcome, George.
Thank you very much, Palana. I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yeah, please proceed.
All right. So I have an update. We are at a point where the task force is quite busy right now, and we are hoping by the beginning of the new year we will be able to present a published report, which is currently what we are doing. But let me start by saying that thanks, Madam President, my president, for constituting this task force and giving us an opportunity to answer to quite a number of very pertinent issues. One of the first reactions we got from a member when we launched the design competition short-term goal, which was to design a typology of buildings, was why can't these people move away from the flooding areas? Why do we have to build for them there? And of course, our main responsibility as designers is to try to look at site conditions and be able to answer to the issues that are happening there. The other point to note is that we only have one planet Earth, all right? See, until Elon Musk and the likes move us to Mars, we really don't have another home. And no matter which part of Earth you move right now, there's every corner of Earth which is experiencing one situation or another that is an act of God, or an act of God as a consequence of our human beings' acts. I would also like to say that, in the words of Glenn Markert, the idea of touching the earth lightly is something which has become more important now than ever. The fact that every situation we are looking at is essentially a cause of what we have done, and that is by not touching the earth lightly. And in that case, some of the solutions we were seeking as a task force were basically to see how do people then to flow with the wind, because these forces of nature are things we cannot stop. We can only try to sort of live with it and find a way of not stopping it, but flowing with the wind. It's essentially important. I'm very happy to hear that the initial presentations were based on the issues of a call to action. A call to action has been what our task force is really focusing on. And we are having a situation where we have developed the short-term plans of the typologies, which are answering the needs of the basic needs of the housing. What we noticed from our various partners and the various discussions we've had with the teams like the Red Cross, which is very at the forefront of answering the initial respondents to the floods pandemic in the country, is that the biggest loss is the human lives, and then we have the loss of livelihoods, houses, food crops, and food stores and animals. Most critical one is, of course, people have to be relocated for a period of time. So we thought as a task force that our first mandate will be to look at how do we generate a new typology of housing. Please note that our biggest challenge is that as professionals, we are not involved in this aspect of dealing with the pandemic in as far as being on the ground. If anything, from the report we got from Red Cross, is that their reconstruction process, which includes thousands of houses annually, does not involve professionals because we are viewed as being expensive. If you consider the budgets that most of these reconstruction efforts, we are talking about something like less than 200,000 Kenya shillings, which is, if you consider in most projects, it's completely impossible, if I tell you right now, to design a house for that amount of money. Most of these people use local labor, local materials. The reason why Red Cross was also involved is because they're also financing some of these projects with a little money from the households. So how do we then as professionals sit out on these situations? Are we able to input? We are mostly concentrated in urban areas, in what I would call the formal district of the urban areas. So when you are given a project of about 30 square meters of a house in a peri-urban area or even the rural areas, it's obviously seen as that is the problem of the local artisans. And yet, year in, year out, we see, for example, the issues of floods, that these designs are not able to be, they're not resilient enough. So as professionals, it is a call to action, which I'm very glad that the initial presenters were, this was the main, the ringing tone. And I'm happy we feel vindicated as a task force that our main agenda is we are calling up on our practitioners, and we are glad that AAK is an umbrella body of all the practitioners. We need to get out and come up with solutions. This could be a solution that is small in terms of a detail, but if you look at the scale in which it's going to be rolled out, then the impact will be much bigger. It is also what we are calling a sort of a CSR exercise, because we don't expect to be paid professionally on what we are doing on these particular reconstruction efforts. We are also working on a publication that will be sort of like a design guide on what the local artisans can use to be able to rebuild their houses at least once and for all, because the challenges of the floods will not end, and this is a consistent thing. And as this team today is about multi-hazard environments, we are looking at a situation whereby the flooding situation was happening amidst all the noise about COVID. Within a very short period of time of a month, about 250 lives had been lost. And that, compared to what was happening with COVID, was that it was completely muffled. So these are situations whereby these things are happening at the same time. And of course, the entire challenges of climate change, flooding will become even worse, because what the records right now are showing is that we are having flooding continuously through the year. And currently we are facing a situation of the rising lake levels in the Rift Valley region, completely wiping out a certain very, very big distance of the shorelines. So I think for us right now, the challenge is the ball is in our court. The only thing we need to do as professionals is that, are we going to act, or are we going to continue preparing policies and then hoping that the politicians will give us the goodwill we require? So as of January, as I finish, we are planning to start on prototyping on the designs that we have received from our design competition for the short-term goals. This will mean going to sites, to Budalangi, to the Tana River Delta, and we also have a site in the Rift Valley, the Central Rift region, where we will be able to work with the local teams to put up some of the solutions, and then hopefully be able to transfer that knowledge to the local artisans. The next call to action is for all our members to be able to answer to this and say that we as a task force are not seeking corporate support, and we need members to come through and be able to give in their time and money to be able to support this cause. Thank you, Cyrus. I will respond to any question if there is. For now, that's my update.
Thank you very much, Architect Arabu, for that interesting insight about really what is our role in ensuring that we also give back to the community where we actually come from. I now have the pleasure to actually introduce a panel discussion. Here we'll be looking at laying the blocks for resilient coastal towns. And just before I'm able to bring up the panel, I would just like to just provide a brief context of where we are in regards to coastal region and what are we looking at in terms of the hazards. And just to look at the baseline, and the president of ISOCAP alluded to the software and hardware components of urban areas, where you're looking at the software, which is basically about the people and what is the condition of the people, if you may, across the coastal counties, all the way from Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi, Tana River, all the way to Lamu. And you're looking at very low indicators regarding health, regarding education, regarding poverty and all that. And if you were to actually use the example of the whole country, then in almost each of these indicators, then you'll be looking at first from bottom, you'll be looking at basically these coastal counties. And going also to the hardware, what's the state of the infrastructure? And I'm just looking at water, for example, and I have some stats from Mombasa, basically where the water demand is being met at about 30%. You look at the drainage of our sewerage, is at 10-15% at best, and it's not actually being drained properly. Most of it is actually being drained into our marine life in the seas and all the water masses around it. And you also look at the transportation, how we also leveling up. Again, it's also the expected in terms of public transport and all that. and also stormwater. I was stuck, I think, in the other, in about 2016 in Mombasa, actually, island. And when it floods, when you're hit by a thunderstorm, when you're within the island, then that's actually when you realize it's actually an island, and it must have initially come from the sea, because we were actually very worried about our safety and if we were going to make out of it in good shape or even alive. And I think we've seen also a very recent phenomenon. We've seen boats on our streets trying to evacuate or even rescue people. And this is actually projected to get worse as we go by, because there are recent studies that have said a simple rise of 0.3% of the sea level would actually submerge 17% of Mombasa County. And just to put that into perspective, that's about 4,600 hectares. And this is 0.3%. And looking at also other modeling that are saying by 2030, we are looking at increases of temperature of 0.8 to 1.5%, 0.8 to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2030, and between 1.6 to 2.7 degrees centigrade by 2060. That is the entire for that region. And it only requires actually 1 degree centigrade to have the sea level rise by 2.3 meters. So that could actually submerge most of our coastal region with very serious implications on our way of lives, and especially to the most vulnerable of us, given that most of our urban areas are basically informal. And just looking at that and also going to where, what are the level of investments currently across the country, not just for coastal region, you realize they're very low. I'm not saying nothing's been done. I'm just saying it's not the standard of even meeting the existing backlog without now subjecting all these areas now to climate change impact and related consequences. So for issue of when we actually come to the actual hazard, where we're looking at the flooding, and Amapi architect Arabu has introduced us to that. Flooding has become very recent. Actually, in every 3 to 4 years, we experience flooding in the country, and for coast region is actually more frequent, about 5 to 7 times. You look at the sea level, like I've alluded, it's likely to rise by more than maybe 1 meter in the next 40 years. And that will have implications. For drought, I think for the past 40 years, we are looking about 6 droughts. The most recent one, I think, being in 2016, 2015. And these have implications to our infrastructure, to our way of life and everything. And to help me actually discuss these issues, I want to bring now Nathan Mutunga. Nathan Mutunga is a planner by profession. He works with the WF, and I think he's addressed some of these issues through the work he does in partnership with county government. Nathan. Nathan Mutunga, if you can hear me, please.
Okay. Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah, please introduce yourself. Just
yeah. Thank you, Cyrus, and thanks to AAK for organizing this call. Very important. And I just want to appreciate the team who's been presenting before. They've done a very good job. My name is Planner Nathan Mutunga. I work for WWF Kenya, and I'm in charge of the Coastal Kenya program in terms of spatial planning. We've been supporting counties to undertake county spatial plans for quite a while now, I think around 3-4 years. County governments are supposed to develop integrated county spatial plans, which are supposed to integrate the issues of drought and issues of resilience. It's very interesting that most of the panelists are talking about only issues of floods, but for us, we've taken a different path. in trying to come up with the issues of the resilience we need to sort out. You all know that coastal communities are very vulnerable, especially on issues of drought. We've had a very bad drought of a couple of years right now. And for us, we've been really undertaking a lot of studies for the coastal communities, trying to see some of the things we need to do in terms of resilience. Drought has been one of them. Working with the coastal farmers to make sure that they can come up with drought resilient crops, not the crops they've always been having for a while. The other thing has been on infrastructure. You know that there are quite a number of infrastructure developments, large scale infrastructure developments coming up at the coast. One is LAPSET. And for LAPSET, ours has been basically how do we do studies to make sure that the infrastructure being done is resilient has it been subjected to a climate vulnerability assessment? The other component has been on issue of livelihoods. Coastal communities being very vulnerable. Be looking at how are the fisher folk being affected by some of these infrastructure projects coming up, like the port in Mombasa and the Lamu port. I know most of you have been following the debate on the Lamu fisher folk being affected by the Lamu port, where the infrastructure is being set up at a place which is very good for breeding of fish or fish species. And maybe when LAPSET was being designed, this was not taken into consideration. And some of the things we've been working with the county government and also the LCDA, that is the LAPSET Corridor Development Authority, is trying to see if they can set up a fund where these fishermen can be at least saving some money, getting some money from the LCDA and borrowing some of this money to make sure that they can be empowered to go and fish offshore. Because most of these fishermen who are affected were fishermen who are small scale and they cannot afford to get vessels to go and fish elsewhere or rather offshore. The other component has been on resilience for infrastructure in Tana River Delta. We've been working with the Red Cross, and maybe I'll share my screen and just show you some of the structures we've supported. We've supported. Can you all see my screen? So this is Tana River. Tana River has been having quite a lot of challenges in terms of floods. And after doing climate variability assessment, we realized that we should see how we can set up some structures for these communities. We first started off with HOLA. HOLA just basically to set up infrastructure for a few, around 240 people have been affected by these floods. We're still trying to get more support from other quarters to see how we are going to get more structures done. We've already mapped out some of these areas which are prone to these floods. Initially, what used to happen is that they used to have basically semi-permanent structures or structures which are not really helpful when floods are really hitting the place. Other thing we are doing apart from floods is that we need to come up with livelihood programs for these people. Now that drought is really hitting hard and drought is an issue of resilience. So we are working with them to see how they can come up with the other income generation activities, that is the IGAs, where we can also encourage them to have beehives, encourage them to plant climate resilient crops, which can withstand drought. The other thing we're working on in terms of resilience is that I know Architect Karanja mentioned about solid waste management. We were working with the municipality of Diani, Ukunda to set up projects which can ensure that people can make money, that is trash to cash, make money from waste. This is where you basically collect waste, and this waste is recycled into things which can be used, basically having tables which are made of plastic, having some decorations from plastic. And this is coming out very well because there are quite a number of recycling companies who have already set up base at the coast to make sure that some of these communities who live at the coast and sometimes they're impacted on by drought and floods and so on and so forth, can make a livelihood of it. The other thing is that we know port construction or port cities come with a lot of impacts. Sometimes land is taken away from some of these host communities, and most of this land maybe at some point was used to bring livelihoods to them. I will give an example like Lamu and Mombasa, where some of this land which was acquired, and I always say that our compensation system is a bit funny, where you just give somebody a one-off payment system and you just leave them to go and look for livelihood somewhere else. So for Lamu, they had farms in that area called Kililana, where they used to do their farming, but now that their lands were taken, most of them were given money, and you all know what money comes with. So a lot of money was squandered, and they've not managed to get back to their feet. So we are trying to see how we can work with some of these coastal communities to set up village saving loans, where they can basically pump the money they got from their compensations, pump the money they get from their small business they're doing right now, and set up business which can at least help them to do, or rather to survive for the time. Then for Mombasa, I know the place where we have the SGR and the port, which is being done right now, I think should be the third bath. There are quite a number of BMUs. BMUs are beach management units which were affected by the infrastructure that's set up. And most of these BMUs had to do other businesses. I'm told most of them have gone into business, and you can imagine now switching the business you've been doing to something else. It takes a bit of some time for you to adapt. Lastly is on the support we've been giving to counties. We've supported Lamu County, we supported Kwale County, and we are currently supporting Kilifi County to undertake an integrated county spatial plan. And integration means that we're going to bring all those issues of resilience into the plan. And I was just having a discussion with the Cyrus in the morning. We don't need to wait for a plan to get approval signed off by the county leadership. We need to implement the quick wins we can get into the plan. So one of the things we have really flagged out is the issue of resilience, because we have quite a number of sea level rise. If you've been following this story on sea level rise, you've seen that in Lamu a couple of months ago when the rains were very heavy, the entire coastline was awash with the seawater, and this of course affected, because Lamu, most of the activities are done along the shoreline. Lastly, is basically trying to also work with the various natural resource management agencies to make sure that some of the things we need for resilience, especially for floods and sea level rise, like Kenya Forest Service, we need to do a lot of mangrove planting, because mangrove are very good in trying to avert floods. We're also working with the NDMA on issues of drought, as well as the Kenya Marine Fishery and Research Institute to work with communities, and as well as the beach management units to make sure that we conserve the natural capital we have, because natural capital, I think, is the solution to resilience in terms of floods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan, for that interesting presentation on what is it you actually doing to be able to prepare or even support counties adapt and actually carry out some resilience against climate change. Just before I forget, just a thought so that I think you can look at it from the document that I'm able to look at. I've seen you actually telling Lamu County that LAPSET alone has had a very heavy cost to natural capital. You're saying if all those projects are implemented, then you're looking at forests going down by 12%, grasslands by 26%, shrublands by 32%. We are going to lose our wetlands in Lamu by 41%, mangroves by 38%, and seagrass beds by 26%. So I'm just looking at that as the cost of development. And then maybe as a follow-up question when during the QA, how do we balance this with the need to develop also these infrastructures and to actually provide employment to our people? let me move to the next panelist, who will be Ali Buzuma. Ali Buzuma is a director currently, county government of Kwale, and is in the planning department. Ali, please introduce yourself and then give us just an introduction of what is happening, how are you collaborating, especially from the project that Nathan has just presented, and how are you preparing Kwale County to actually weather the current backlogs in infrastructure development and also the state of human development, and how then are you preparing Kwale County to actually be resilient in the coming years? Welcome, Ali. Ali Buzuma, still there? Maybe meanwhile, I may ask Nathan just to stop sharing your screen so that I'm able to bring in the next speaker. Ali Buzuma. Ali. Seems Ali is not ready. Maybe if Nathan, you can just answer the question as we prepare the next speaker, please.
I was actually sharing my screen to respond to your question and some of the baseline studies we did for the amount of natural capital going to be affected by the construction of the port and the various components by LAPSET. The area around here is an area which is very rich in terms of mangroves and seagrass. And you all know that mangroves and seagrass are the breeding grounds for fish and various marine species. And this is entirely gone. If I was shared, maybe if I can just, okay. I have a few photos. I have a few photos on some of the things happening. This was, the mangroves have already been cleared. The entire mangrove, this was a big forest of mangroves. And this is what they were doing, the dredging. So these mangroves gone kabisa, including this. You can see the dredging works. This, of course, affects our fisher folk. You can imagine, affects fish. No fish, no any marine species will survive around here where there are quite a number of activities, industrial activities happening. This of course affects the breeding or the life cycle of the fish, and they have to go to other places. This is a place where we had very many fishermen because basically they could afford to just take a dhow and come and fish, because this is very close to Lamu town for most of us who have been to Lamu. And by doing this, by affecting this place means that this affects the livelihoods of these fishermen, include the fishmongers, because it's interesting in Lamu, most of the people who own the boats and are women, because the women are the ones who go selling the fish. So after doing our baseline, what we did, we basically came up with some adaptive management or actions to take. And one was to do quite a lot of mangrove restoration. The area around in Peketoni, because these are basically sand dunes. There's an area over here where we had also proposed that we just, because now this is already gone, we can propose the co-management area. Co-management is something like a marine reserve. Apparently this did not go well because the land tender there was a bit different. Someone has already been given the title deed to the island. So we're still having some negotiation with the county government to see how we can set up the area around here to be a marine reserve and do a lot of mangrove restoration programs as well as the seagrass. I don't think we have a marine scientist in the house, but marine scientists have proven that we can do quite a lot of seagrass restoration as well as coral reefs and the mangroves. I saw another question from the chat box. I think it's from Caroline. So we've been working with quite a number of farmers, forest farmers in Lamu and the entire coast region to do a lot of planting, especially for fruit trees. because we realize that you just don't plant a tree just because you need to achieve the 10% forest cover globally or maybe nationally. But at some point, you really need to think of a tree which is going to bring some benefits. And the only tree which can bring some benefits is the tree which can bring fruits, and a tree which can at least be used for timber. So we are trying to move from that analogy where you just plant trees, but basically plant trees which can bring some economic benefits, because most of the time you find that when you tell someone to plant a tree, so what? You just want me to plant a tree because a tree is going to bring resilience in terms of averting floods, but I need to make some livelihood from out of the tree. So we encourage people to do a lot of tree planting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that actually comprehensive response to those queries. It's my pleasure now to bring in Director Planning from Kwale County, Ali. Karibu, introduce yourself and please respond to how we prepare in Kwale County and the towns that they are in to respond to the emerging issues of climate change impact and how we are preparing them to be resilient. Welcome. Yeah, Ali. Okay, as Ali gets ready, I think we also fielding questions for Architect George Arabu. I think he made the presentation for the flood task force, and I think he would appreciate your questions. He's ready. I think he officially joins my panel for that specific purpose. Ali. Mr. Buzuma. Seems Buzuma has disappeared. Just a question for George Arabu from my desk. George? Architect Arabu?
I am here. I'm here, planner. Yes.
Yeah, just following up on the scope, your coverage of what you're trying to map out, and what are the key actually areas that you want to focus on, and what is it you expected to come up with, and going forward, what would be the quick wins that you would like our support and the support of every other stakeholder to make them a reality. Karibu.
Thank you, planner. I think interestingly, our quick wins are what we just went with straight on, the short-term goals of developing housing typologies, which we have now at a space where we concluded the first phase of it, which is coming up with ideas, design. The competition we organized was an ideas contest. We've gotten quite a number of ideas that we are currently sorting out and putting together. The next step will be to develop prototypes. And so obviously these prototypes are not going to be developed in Nairobi. They will be developed on predetermined areas which have a serious case of flooding, annual flooding. So that's one, what we would like our members to consider is the fact that we are going out to do this. We've already gotten quite a number of interest from members who are not even contesting, but just outside that bracket, and they would like to come with us, go to site, and this. Secondly, I mentioned earlier that we are not seeking support from corporates or any other financials at this point, at this juncture. We have a small budget, and our intention is that the same way we do projects, so in school, and when you're doing your actual project, there's always a cost, a running cost. So we have a running cost of 1.5 million Kenya shillings. This will basically cover the activities, the publications we're going to do, going to these various sites and building up these typologies. So that is already something we are communicating with our members. We are going to officially do some communication. We will need support on that end. And the quick wins will be that if we are able to impact the knowledge to the ground and people are able to adopt some of these technologies, we are also going to learn as members the issues of materials. It's a question I'm being asked in the chat box, that we're going to use locally available materials. So there's going to be a knowledge transfer both ways. And also our medium-term goals are to develop sector plans and critical infrastructure, which we are collaborating with the Conquer Design Initiative, KDI. And the idea would be that we need to come up with solutions that are now covering the planning realm, where we will be looking at markets, we will be looking at along riparian reserves, which we can either advise people to move out completely or how then those can be conserved. And then, of course, the long-term plan will be, we will put together all the lessons and some of the, what we call paperwork, that can then be used in the long term in terms of the local county bylaws to plan these areas as special, needing special attention to. So the hope is that our members will be involved fully. It is not going to be a case of the task force working. We are only here to represent you, and we hope that as a membership, we want to look at even everyone who comes from their county areas. We have members who come from Budalangi, Tana River, Mombasa, Kwale. If you are coming from these villages and you'd like to be part of this, please come on board and give us a site which would have a bigger impact. I hope I've answered your question, Plan.
Yeah, thank you, architect, for that. Actually, quite insightful. And just pointing to the urgency of the situation in the coastal region of Kenya. I think that's more urgent. We are looking at loss of actually lands where people currently inhabit, and I'm just wondering, actually, just for follow up, because if we are going to publication, and we also want to see what are the opportunities between ourselves and policymakers to actually integrate and even collaborate even more closely with that, because there was already actually a policy framework for adaptation and resilience, and it's domiciled actually at the office of the president, who is the chair, and there's also national adaptation plan that actually covers 2015-2030, and all these partners all the way to the counties. And I'm just wondering how we can together or more closely actually coordinate our efforts so that we both are able to inform policy, and because we're in practice, and also people in academia also can co-opt in, so we have that nexus that's actually more progressive and resilient, if I'm to use that word. So I don't know how you're looking at collaborating more effectively with the government and other partners as well.
Plan, I quickly just respond to that. Part of the case studies and information, the data, the online repository of data we have as a task force is all the policies we are talking about. We are looking at the presidents, some of the information that has been published on what needs to be done. We are also working with the partners who have been involved in the various interventions. So for us, we were looking at it from the sort of like from bottom up approach, where we say that we need to drop ourselves on the sites and see what we can do. By the time we were getting to these sites, we need to have what we call technical solutions, or rather approaches which for the local builders, for the local people who are affected, would look to be, quite new, but in essence, these are things that have already been documented. The only challenge is that they have not been implemented. And it's the purpose of this task force to actually implement the policies and the ideas that our members have. We have the intention of doing the policy framework is more of an update on our learnings on site. So that will come right at the end in our long-term goals, when we have already done the work that we need to do, and we are able to say that this is what we have done, and these are the various things that then can be implemented. So collaborating with the various bodies is, we have a member of the task force whose sole purpose is to look at the various government bodies, the various local authorities, and the various policies that are already in place and see how we can incorporate them in our approach. But the bottom line plan I need to emphasize is that we are not integrating new knowledge beyond what we already know. Our main goal is to actually implement the existing ideas, and some of them that, mostly from our members, from the policymakers, and already from the government officials. So really, that I can say is it's a bottom-up approach for us.
Thank you. Well answered. I think there was also another comment. I take it as a comment that in your recommendations, you should also consider local content in terms of local building materials and expertise in your recommendation. I think I will take that as a comment, not a question. And now I want to bring Nathan again back because now I want to ask a specific question about our. Thank you, Ali. Before I go to Nathan, I think Ali is finally here with us, and I like the way he's holding up. Welcome, introduce yourself and respond to how the situation is at Kwale and what we need to do going forward. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Sorry for the technological hitches. Yeah, thanks. I think I've been listening for a while, and it's quite encouraging what the members are bringing out, and the interventions that some of us are taking or are undertaking in the built environment. Although my perspective is that resilience is on the other side of the equation that involves vulnerability. And as we seek solutions in terms of how do we cope with the changing dynamics of within the built environment, I think we need an approach that envisages encompassing every component within the urban realm, so that we do not over-concentrate on other issues and perhaps leave out on other issues which are equally important. Because to me, when you talk the built-up area resilience, we are talking about the functionality of the area in terms of
Ali is still there.
Yeah.
Please proceed. Go on. We seem to have lost you for a few seconds, but thanks, you're back.
Yeah, I think I have a problem with my reception also. But as I was saying, maybe we need to perhaps dissect in terms of the resilience, so that we get the complete package as we do planning. Because for me, resilience is more about an intervention within the context of planning for the future. So when we are talking resilience, we are talking about the environmental resilience, we are talking about the economic resilience, we are talking about how resilient are our social interactions. Because as we've seen from the experience with the COVID pandemic, it's that even our social interactions are vulnerable to something like this. So basically, if we are to prove this vulnerability, we need to prove it against a number of issues, including issues to do with the availability of food for urban dwellers, because I think food is the first component in terms of survival before we even go to shelter and health as a service. So for us, as Nathan has reported, WWF have really done some good work in Kwale in terms of climate interventions, and they've supported us in the preparation of our county spatial plan, which is just about to be approved. And within the plan, basically, we've tried to really capture some of these issues in terms of the economy, the food security, the functioning of our human settlement, and infrastructure delivery, and the availability of service, matters to do with disaster preparedness, because it's observable within our areas that, as you were saying, Cyrus, in terms of the sea level rise, in some places around Galu Kinondo, for those who have been to Kwale, you will observe that the sea line has receded for almost between 5 and 10 meters over the years. And if you call up a surveyor, they will show you now that the original boundaries is within the ocean. So those are the kind of phenomena that, as we seek solution for the built environment, they are the things and details of really what we need to look at, because now in this case the sea is eating up the solid land. Now, are there technologies to take care of the water and perhaps prevent further erosion of the sea? And it's not just something for the planners. I think it brings a component of integration of thought between us practitioners in the built environment. There's also an issue of resilience against urbanization itself, because urbanization is vulnerable to urbanization itself in terms of how is the structure of urbanization, because looking at the urbanization process in Kenya, we see that almost all of it began along the coastline. And how are these historic coastal towns performing in terms of functionality, in terms of environment, in terms of economy, in terms of their social resilience? Because you'll observe that perhaps there is some component of social erosion over time within the coastal towns, which have gained world recognition in terms of heritage. So this is also something that requires us as practitioners in the built environment to really look at, because preserving that urbanization requires that we also preserve some of this heritage. For example, it means that we have to be mobile within these towns. It means people have to construct, and some of these people are constructing within areas which are environmentally fragile. But now with the expansion and the growth in population, you cannot put it blanket that we don't construct here. Then do we have better technologies for construction that maybe we can use? Maybe do we have better designs that we can employ in terms of our housing typologies and the construction techniques that we use, so that we can preserve ourselves from the general effect of the activities of urbanization, but really have the opportunity to grow with whatever is happening. Because as George was saying earlier, is that the world will not stand still. These things will come, whether by our choice or whether by godly happenings. There is constant transformation, which requires us as practitioners in the built environment to be really part of the transformation, because even the transformational trends now, compared to the ages of the Renaissance and the Industrial Revolution, you see that the transformation now, because of the technological advances, things tend to change faster and more in a hurry than they used to. So the onus is really upon us.
Thank you, Ali. Ali, sorry.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Cyrus.
Yeah, I want to bring in Nathan. Maybe just a thought. Yeah. You will have the last minute. I only have 3 minutes to wrap up this session. But I want to ask, okay. And the question I want you to think for the last 1 minute is, how is, because sustainable development is at the center of all this, and you hold a very privileged position in Kwale, how is our planning holding up to the challenge of resilience? I want you to answer that question as the last one. But before then, I want to bring in Nathan. Nathan Mutunga, Nathan Mutunga.
Yes, Cyrus. Yes, Cyrus.
Yeah, what would be your recommendation? What would you recommend in the next 1 minute as a package, as the blocks, foundational blocks for building resilience in our coastal towns? The next 1 minute, please.
One, since we've already identified some of the resilience projects, we really need to work with the county government, do a lot of advocacy, especially with the county assembly who are mandated to allocate resources. We also need to see how we can work with other partners, development partners like Planning International, WWF, UN-Habitat, UNDP, to see how we can bring in resources to at least work towards resilience, especially for floods. NDMA is doing a good job, and I think this has basically been because they are working with so many partners, Red Cross as well. So I would recommend if maybe we as planners can, not that we've already identified the various resilience projects, now if we can work with the various international partners to at least work towards making sure that our coastal cities are resilient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Nathan. And now I go direct to Ali Zuma. Your final thoughts, please.
Yeah, thanks, Cyrus. I think as we wrap it up, is that in Kwale there are some interventions, as I was saying, that we are undertaking, so that we contribute to the path in resilience in terms of programs that are directly targeted to the farmers and the fishermen. We also have programs that are designed to enhance food security by providing farmers with appropriate seeds and farm inputs. We also provide technical and professional advisory for investment through the trade cooperatives and small enterprises, basically small and micro enterprises. So it's a full basket of interventions that I might not be able to outline every single one of them, but we think we are in the right way and right path to achieve some contribution towards the resilience or through to achieve resilience through the action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Ali Buzuma from Kwale, and thanks for your time. We appreciate you being with us this early afternoon. I think government office is usually a very busy place, and I would imagine what you have to go to be ready for this. Thank you again, Nathan, from WWF, for those very specific thoughts and way forward. And also Architect George Arabu. I think I forced you to sit in the panel again after your presentation, and I'm most grateful for your grace. So I think it's 13:01 hours East African time, and I would not want to delay your lunch or anything. I'm sure you've already missed your health break. Now I want to take this back to the convener, Planner Juliet.
Thank you very much, Planner Cyrus. It's been a very fruitful morning and early afternoon. And I thank everyone for keeping up with our very heavy schedule. As I said, day one is going to be a bit heavy. We are going now to take our lunch break. But what is coming up after lunch break, as you can see on the screen, is we have the urban labs. And this would really be the audience coming together in breakout sessions. So we'll meet again via the meeting link that you already have for this meeting. And then we'll convene at 2, where we'll be guided to our breakout session or the breakout groups. And in the groups, we'll have really intimate discussion amongst ourselves to come up with action-oriented solutions that we can take home after this Urban Thinkers Campus. So stay with us, please. We hope we can wrap up the day at exactly 3:15 p.m. So I hope to see all of you again at 2 p.m. And tomorrow, then again, we'll convene at 10 a.m. and break off at lunchtime. We'll have 2 sessions tomorrow. And then the last day, we'll have 1 panel discussion, and then we'll have our takeaway home points. So again, the Urban Labs, you'll be having moderators guiding just the session, but we will not be having like technical presentation per se. It will be us engaging as professionals, as people in our own expertise, just coming up with our own solution. And basically they'll be rounded about the topic of resilience, mainly looking at climate change, and also looking at post-COVID planning and design of how things would basically, we anticipate them to be after this pandemic. So asante sana, and I invite you all to take a break. We meet again at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sitabile Mate. I am a registered architect from Botswana. I run a practice called Moralo Designs. I'm also chairperson of the Architects Registration Council in Botswana. I'm an executive committee member for our local institute, the Architects Association of Botswana. And I'm also chair of validation for the Commonwealth Association. Of Architects. It's been very interesting to review the submissions for this competition. There's been a lot of creativity seen and a lot of recognition of the real problems that are faced by these communities. So well done to all the participants who've submitted. It was a really difficult task finding, the winners, but they represented what we saw as submissions that went that extra mile. So thank you. It's been an honor serving on the jury.
Good evening. My name is Felix. I'm an architect from Uganda, and I've been really pleased to be part of the jury of the competition and to look at a really great variety of interesting ideas when it comes to flood resilient buildings. We would like to congratulate all the submissions and especially the winners, of course. And we would really hope to see one or maybe even more than one of the winning entries to be completed in one-to-one.
Hello everyone. Today we are sharing with you the results of a competition that took place in the course of last month that was organized by the Architectural Association of Kenya. And the topic of this particular competition was a flood resilience design, and it involved participants from all over the country and in the region. My name is Khaled Mutali, and I was chair of the jury. Now, we had 3 judges that had been appointed by the Architectural Association of Kenya to review, grade, and collect and prepare the merit results of this particular competition. We had Madam Sitabile Mate from Botswana, Mr. Felix Holland, who's an architect practicing in Uganda, and myself, Khaled Mutali, who was the chair of the jury. We had various areas that we're looking at for us to make sure that the results were acceptable. And one of the areas that we were paying close attention to in this particular competition was innovativeness. We also considered relevance to context. We took care of what kind of building materials had been selected by the participants, the aspect of sustainability, affordability, and also inclusivity and social impact potential of the project. We do know that floods are a problem in parts of Kenya. The 3 sites that were mostly considered were Budalangi in Busia. We also have had Tana River in the coast part of Kenya, and also Kano Plains around Kisumu. Today, I am pleased to share with you the results of what was the feelings as far as the assessment of the judges is concerned. And it was a very closely contested competition, but we are very glad to announce the following. We received 48 submissions, which were considered. 41 were responsive. 6 of them were considered non-responsive, in the sense that they did not meet the criteria of the parameters that have been set this particular competition. And the results are as follows. We considered the following results noteworthy as far as merit is concerned, and we felt that these ones can be mentioned. The first one, that were not the highest scorers, but were graded as being what you've mentioned, was Rumba, the name of the project, by Alex Maninga, and he considered the site in Nyando, Kisumu County, and we felt that this was a clever use of agricultural spaces, and he also had good use of local materials, and also he gave a scope that allowed for expansion of the program that would have been selected. The other one we want to mention, the second mention, goes to a gentleman by the name of Kelvin Bwamu, and this was a project called Architecture by Seda. The site was Budalangi in Busia County, and the reasons why it needs mention is because the juries felt that he had chosen a replicable modular home typology. It was an innovative structural system and a very good use of space, and also had space for prefabrication, scope for prefabrication, and he also used a new building form typology in this region, but yet in a very appropriate manner. The last mention goes to a project called the Rescue Pod by Bruce Mugola, and this was located in the Kano Plains of Kisumu County. The Rescue Pod was worthy of mention because it's found to be highly affordable in terms of cost, and therefore it was a minimalist solution and very good for prefabrication and being rolled out in quantity. So these are projects we felt can qualify for mention. The ones the ones we felt are the top scorers. The first one, scoring 88% out of 100, was a project that is called EJL by Elton Dirir. The site was Budalangi County. This was the first prize, and we felt it was a clever and practical design, answer to the changing conditions, a sensible choice of materials, had a scope for prefabrication and simple construction method that could be incremental and well-proportioned architectural forms. The second one, scoring 86%, so you can see it was closely contested, was a project called Misimu, and by a team of Musazi James and Kenneth Kanabi. Again, the site was Budalangi in Busia County, and we felt this one was strong as a floating home that combines simplicity with identity, a flexible minimalist floor plan, and good choice of local materials. The third one, we are mentioning the top three, is a project that was done by Akiki Biarugaba, and it was located in the Kipini village, Tana River Delta of Tana River County. He scored 84%, and we found this was a very interesting solution of what you call an amphibious eco-village. It was contextual architecture fostering social harmony, modular approach ensuring diversity with limited means, and traditional materials creating good indoor comfort. We also found he went ahead and used a local art and craft and also urban design approach, which was incremental to show scalability of this particular design. So we are very glad with these particular results, and we wish the contestants all the best. And once again, we want to say to the AK, thank you for having considered us as to be part of the jury, and we wish also the contestants all the best. We believe there will be a second phase of this particular competition where we can consider implementation of this project to a real life scale. Thank you everyone, and we wish you a lovely day.
hope I've pronounced your name correctly, from the Red Cross. He is the manager in charge of preparedness and response, and I believe his experience in responding to the disaster affected areas will give us some insight and probably set the pace for the conversations that will take place later on this afternoon. Karibu sana Major, and we are happy to have you here. Thank you for making time to join our webinar on such short notice, and we're really excited to have you here and to hear from you on what it is to be at the forefront of dealing with this particular issue. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Florence. Sorry, how much do I have? I mean, how much time?
10 minutes. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So, Madam President, other members present, thank you very much. We really appreciate for the AAK reaching out to us, or reaching out to the Kenya Red Cross to participate in this very, very important session. We'd like to say that this is some of the forums which we really need in this country, in the efforts towards supporting those who have suffered or have been affected by the various disasters in Kenya, because we do believe that the profession of architectures, I hope I'm correct, is very, very important, especially in matters shelter and general reconstruction after disasters like floods. Allow me to share a presentation as I try to give the picture of the effects of the recent floods in the country. Yeah, there we are. So this is the floods update as on 16th, that is yesterday. And the picture we can see there is the recent effects of floods in Lamu. And this picture was taken sometimes towards early, around 1st to 4th of June. This is the latest county to feel the effects of floods. As we may all know, it is at the lower coast. And despite the rains in central Kenya, which means the effects being felt downstream in lower Tana, the coastal region has been receiving rains up to as late as yesterday. This season's rain started in early March. However, there are quite a number of counties in the country, especially West Kenya, which really never stopped receiving rain since last year, the October-November season. They actually transited from the October, November, December, and they continue receiving rains up to the start of this long rain season in March. So we can try to imagine the level of effects which they have felt since then. So in our records, what we have recorded so far, we have 49,088 households which have been displaced. So being displaced is one way or the other. They have to leave their homes, they have to leave their dwellings in order to go and seek temporary shelter in other places. Mind you, they might have lost their houses through total destruction, partial destruction, or simply their houses are inhabitable. 69,962 households have been affected one way or the other. It means they have lost, maybe despite their housing, they have lost food in their granaries, they have lost livestock, they have lost farmland. They have been affected one way or the other. The number in the bracket is the total population. We are estimating 5 people per household. 43 persons have been reported missing to date. 35,705 livestock have been lost completely. 32,841 acres of productive land has been submerged. This is in the different counties. 35,073 houses, or rather households, have reported destruction of their houses. Now, again, this is destruction either partially or completely. I'll explain again later on how we are going about to determine the different, or rather, the different types of destruction. 4,558 latrines have been destroyed, also in various counties. This is also one of the other pictures. This should be somewhere in Nyando. We remember there is the lake started backflowing in Nyando, a phenomena which we have seen in this magnitude sometimes back in around mid-60s. This is also a summary of what we have captured per region. And I'd like to say that these are Kenya Red Cross operational regions. They are very much highly aligned to the former provinces which we had. These were 8 provinces. The first one is Central Region, which has 8 counties affected by floods or effects of rains. I remember Florence talked about landslides. Yes, this was witnessed very much in Central Kenya, as well as West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet. It has a total of 1,308 households were displaced. So it follows that way: North Rift Region, South Rift Region, Upper Eastern Region, West Kenya Region, with a total of 46,149. And you can see the camps for the displaced. Coast Region and West Kenya regions have the highest, with West Kenya regions having a total of 1,133 displaced camps. So in total, we had 262 displaced camps, which Kenya Red Cross, we are responding to in one way or the other through provision, of course, of a relief, food, medical services, and the likes. 18 camps have been closed to date, remaining with 237 active camps. So in total, 43 counties out of 47, they have been affected by floods. So an estimated of 329,810 people have been affected. So what have we done so far? We have proceeded again to provide relief in different approaches. We have been doing structured assessments of the impacts, the effects, and of course the needs, so that it can inform our response actions. Then we have been doing what we call cash voucher assistance, which we have done so far to 1,910. This is actual transfer of money through M-Pesa, 5,400 shillings per household. Then we have done shelter, non-food items. This is emergency shelter support, where we give small tents for a family of 5. We give household items for cooking and preparing food. We give beddings like blankets. Then we give mosquito nets. We give jerry cans to restore water at household level. We give mosquito nets and also sleeping mats. Then we have been distributing food. We have been doing health and nutrition interventions. And we have been doing water, sanitation and hygiene, like now providing latrine slabs, supporting building or reconstructing of latrines. And then most importantly, we are doing what we call Kenya Initial Rapid Assessment activity. This is an agreed assessment procedure, which was agreed by various humanitarian agencies in the country, of course, including UN agencies. This is a tool which is supposed to identify the effects of disasters like floods 14 days after the impact, and then come up with the need. So we are hosting this as Kenya Red Cross, and we are doing in the 14 most affected counties. I want to say now, coming back to shelter issues, this is the budget of the needs in summary as at now, because we expect to support those who have been displaced with emergency shelter support. The kit I was talking about, including tents and all that, which is totaling to around 160 million to support 13,000 households, which we think they are very much in need. The other needs are around health, water, sanitation, and food. And this is as per the current floods. But Florence, allow me also to just to run through one of these so that we come closer to shelter as much as possible. These are houses which we have constructed in various counties before. I'll give you a very short story about them. I hope members have been able to see. In 2018, we had massive flooding in Kenya, which affected 39 counties. But the main effects was destruction of houses. There was very serious destruction of houses, total destruction of 6,729 houses across the 39 counties. Now, we worked with the Kenya government, which supported with 1 billion shillings to support mostly reconstruction of houses, health, water and sanitation, and other livelihood support. And we picked up an approach which we call PASA, Participatory Approach to Safe Shelter. This is where we come and work with the communities which have been affected to assist them build back what they had lost, not necessarily in the same way, but build back better, which means even selecting the location, a better location which has low risk to floods. So we succeeded to construct 4,386 houses across the country. And this PASA, Participatory Approach to Safe Shelter, it is aimed at working with the community because they'll have to come in and support one way or the other in terms of maybe contributing in labor and things like that. But most importantly, also you aim at utilizing locally available materials in those areas, and then also doing considering the cultural acceptance of the building, not really running away from what they had before, but doing a building which is better and which can withstand floods in case, or which is built on a very lower risk area. So you can see all these houses, they look different because we are working with the communities in different areas to work to try and identify what they have or what they'll be comfortable with. But we come in and maybe work with doing a better structure in terms of the structural integrity, and also improving one way or the other. So they are very much different. And I can simply say, in terms of the whole project, because I was managing the project, there are various challenges which we faced. For example, from the word go, in terms of coming up with very proper BQs, or you call them BOQs, so that we can be able to fit in the requirement as per the various needs in each county, working around the culture and all that. For example, as I finish, you can see the Samburu. The Samburu structure, this from the word go, it looks like maybe a temporary building, but this is a fairly permanent one because these are wire meshes were side by side, but inside there are those flat stones which are available locally there. And these houses, they prefer this structure because it allows cooling and it allows a structure with some fair amount of integrity. At the same time, culturally, it is very much acceptable. So, for example, drawing now the plan which is culturally accepted and things like that, and also working within a very tight budget is some of the challenges which I can see professionals like architects can come in and support. So I beg to end there and maybe clarify anything through the question and answer later on. Thank you, Florence.
Thank you so much, Richard Major, very much for your presentation and really setting the pace and letting us know in terms of the statistics on what is actually happening on the ground, as well as the efforts that have already been put to try and mitigate the risks that were there before. We're very happy to see some form of construction that has taken place, and I believe it now sets the pace for our discussion. Moving forward, I would also like to invite Franklin Karimi, who is Kirimi, sorry, from Conquer Design Initiative. Conquer Design Initiative is a community development and design non-profit which works with the underprivileged communities to ensure that equity and to activate good things on the ground. And I believe they have done a lot of work in the area of flooding, especially in Kibera. I would like you to invite you, Franklin, to make your presentation and also discuss some of the efforts that you have put in place in Kibera. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Florence. And thank you to Madam President and AK in general for giving us this opportunity to present some of our work. Allow me to share my screen and present briefly a project that is flood related that we've taken part in. So as you've mentioned, Florence, Conquer Design Initiative is a non-profit that partners with vulnerable communities to advance equity. And while we know Kibera, like many other settlements, face many challenges, KDI has worked together with these communities in small-scale public space projects, flood management, and environmental remediation infrastructure to navigate these constraints. And specifically to flooding, we've observed that there are certain underlying factors that result in them being more prone to flooding, and these include poor drainage, the pattern that the settlements are alongside the riverine, and the single-sectored slum upgrading approach. So we embarked back in 2015 after a period of flooding that was experienced in citywide and I think countrywide as well, and really affected people in Kibera. We embarked on a project that we realized that we would need to look into ways that and approaches that we could apply in spatial planning for flood alleviation, but that also incorporates the rights and priorities of slum dwellers who are in these flood-prone areas. So, embarked by our household surveys, during the research, we established that urban poor are more vulnerable to flood risk. Further, we also noted that community-led support is needed to build their adaptive efforts that continue to face financial and legal setbacks. So this project is a 4-stage project that combines aspects of community, or what I would call lay knowledge and expert knowledge, and that would be essential in building the capacity of institutional stakeholders. So we developed a toolkit that became a model of combining this knowledge into a consultative urban development framework. And to start off, we started from the ground level, started from the community all the way up into building national and international framework. And through community workshops, we collected data that we also verified. We also participated in community information sharing sessions on vulnerability to flooding and other challenges. We identified that there are certain existing disaster risk management systems within the community, and also offered us an opportunity to do community awareness. Further, we noted that we needed to develop a flood model that would be essential to identify these hotspots, simulate scenarios, and create community awareness. Therefore, a live open source model that would be easily accessible through an easy to use software by different institutions and stakeholders would facilitate the adoption and easy integration of flood risk in infrastructure planning. In our own project, which was a pilot within this project, we applied the output of this model combined with our core design process by engaging the community members to develop a flood adaptive design in the area called Andolo. And this space offered community amenities that are accessible to the entire community. Further, we went to the now like national level, where we did advocacy, and through institutional mapping, were able to engage different stakeholders and different parties in a way that we went into partnerships with Nairobi City County. We recently have seen Nairobi City County and Nairobi Disaster Risk Hub also sign an MOU to this. And one of the successes of this project is that we continue to apply the outcome of this model to develop flood compatible spaces. We've also seen that the government organizations are also adapting and using this through our consultative approaches and also our consultations. So recently we've also engaged with the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, the Nairobi City County Department of Public Works as well. And this is at the end here, this is the result of that engagement exercise in Andolo, where we built a public space that was just recently completed. Thank you, Florence.
Thank you very much, Franklin. It's very exciting to get to know the work that you have been doing with concrete design. And I mean, I've picked those 4 things that there's need to participate, which we've also heard from Red Cross. There's need to model these things, and therefore the use of technology is very critical. And then there's need to build, in this particular case, to actually showcase what some of those models can do on the ground, and then advocate so that you're able to reach a much wider a group of people and influence even in levels of policy and in levels of government on the same thing. So thank you very much, Franklin, for that. And we look forward to hearing a bit more even during the panel discussion. This next session will now be the panel session. We had expected to have a few members of the public who have been directly affected by the floods coming on board, but at the moment they've not been able to join us because they're definitely great challenges where they are, considering that they have been displaced from where they're staying. So the challenges are expected there. So we hope probably towards the end of this particular session, we will be able to hear from them. I will now invite our moderator for the panel session. This will be architect Arthur Adair. Arthur Adair is a landscape architect and he teaches at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. He is also a director of design and delivery with Athena Properties and a very well-known sketch artist. I follow his sketches on social media, and very good with the pen and watercolor. So Arthur Adair, this is the opportunity. Karibu sana. He will then introduce the rest of the panel as we go forward. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Florence. I noticed you introduced me as architect Arthur Adair and then said I am a landscape architect. So thank you for confusing the attendees. But I do tend to straddle both divides and thus have a lot of interest in issues of flooding. So I'll just allow the panelists to very quickly introduce themselves just in less than 10 seconds, just your name, what you do, where you are, and then I'll dive right into my questions. I think it will be an easier introduction that way. So I'll probably start with Dan. Unmute. You need to unmute, Dan. You're on mute.
Hey, thank you, Arthur. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Dan Nyandega. I'm a landscape architect. And right now I'm based in Melbourne, working with CRC for water sensitive cities. And that's why I'm very much interested in this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll then go to Sunday Abuje.
Thank you very much, Asha. My name is Sunday Abuje. I'm a landscape architect, environmental planner, and also lecturer at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture.
Sante, Linda.
Thank you very much, Arthur. My name is Linda Njani. I'm an urban planner. More interested actually with the bottom-up approach towards solving the problems of cities. Thank you very much.
Okay, George. Rabu, I think you're on mute.
Yes, thank you, Arthur. George Arabu, architect. I'm also the vice chair of the architects chapters, so I'm Florence's assistant. And first, let me say I'm here in the capacity of the appointment by the president to take up a very heavy task of chairing a task force that is going to humbly start working behind what Red Cross and KDR have already started doing, and happy to be here.
Okay, Engineer Josh.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Engineer Josh Wende. I'm a civil engineer. Right now, I'm a freelance consultant, consulting for various agencies, now the government of Ministry of Transport, based in Nairobi. Thank you very much for inviting me into this webinar. It's the first time I'm meeting architects, and it's very interesting that you're discussing a subject cutting across many professionals, particularly civil engineers. This is one area that we are normally interested in because it affects a lot of our built environments, roads, we have dams, we have even buildings, engineers are involved, and many other things. So it's interesting to be part of this webinar. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think Major has been introduced and Franklin has been introduced, so I'll just dive right into a couple of questions that could hopefully enhance the discussion. And maybe I'll just start with Franklin, who has just gone. In your presentation, I think maybe we gave you too little time and you were not able to go in depth into a couple of the issues. But we're very interested. I think one of the questions a number of people have been trying to understand is around the fact that this happens every year. Why is it that there are not any better risk matrices, or are those risks that we as professionals just miss? And what sort of work were you doing around mapping, especially, and mapping the risk and enhancing the flood risk management within the community?
Thank you, Ada. Yeah, there was a bit of a little time there, but I'll try and spend some more on this stuff. Back in 2015, when we had a lot of flooding, we started to map out the incidences of flooding, and we noted that there's occurrence of people becoming victims of flooding and over time developing systems of being to adapt to the recurring floods. And it was even one of our questions of why do people continue to stay in these spaces, and why do they year in, year out experience the same? And we realized that there's a multi-tier or multi-level engagement that needs to happen for us to realize that the resilience that is required. And at community level, we noted that the community in itself, individuals or households, have a way of building their resilience to flooding. And so our mapping exercise was, one, to map at community level, what are they able to do? And then at municipal level, or what we even did as an organization by building a one-dimension model to see as they do those impacts that are reported by the community, do they correlate? And that was the verification and the mapping exercise.
All right, thank you. And maybe I'll just kind of jump directly across to Arabu, who as a young architect, sorry, I'm calling you young, were very interested in understanding more about how you can assist with flooding, and what inspired you to set up the task force. And right now, seeing some of the work that Red Cross has done, some of the work KDI has done, what sort of early ideas do you have?
Thanks, moderator. I would say I didn't set up the task force. The association, I would say it's a collective wisdom of the association. And really just to, the little information we've picked today, I'm saying little because Major and Franklin had a very short period of time to present. We, all of us, just like any other Kenyan, have been receiving this information from the news media. And most of the time what we receive is what I would just say sensational, in the sense that we don't actually get the statistics. We don't get the figures like what Major presented just earlier on. And a lot of times we see it because it's a perennial problem. We look at it and we imagine that it will go away again the next time. And once you start getting statistics like the number of fatalities, then it starts scaring you. Once you start getting a situation where the entire country, we're talking about something like almost 90% of the country is affected, then it starts scaring you. I got that information about Nzoia River bursting, and about 40,000, I think, households in overnight were affected. That was at that point the largest statistics in a very in one small area. Then we realized that every time, if you look at the statistics, is that the biggest, and I think Major has alluded to that, the biggest indicator is the loss of the housing structure or the shelter. Because once you lose that, it's like I would say the last stronghold for any family. Never mind the issue of livestock loss, the farmland being messed up. But once you have people running into a house to shelter from the rain or high waters, and then that is also taken away, then we get to a critical point where we say that how then do we help these people? Because I can easily reconstruct, go back to the farm and dig. I could easily go and pick up the pieces and start over. But once you lose your shelter, you're also risking your life. And so we felt that as built professionals, people in the built industry, particularly I will just speak for architects, we really have not done much other than musing at the news and looking at, say, we wish we could do that, maybe we could do this and that. So we coming in at a point where we realize that this problem is not going away. And theoretically, we believe these forces of nature, extreme weather, are things people have lived with for many years. The only difference with our situation is that it affects people negatively to an extent that it contributes to poverty, and the cycle goes on every year when it comes back again. So our intention here really is to look at how we can come in and basically ride on and improve on what has really been done and see what we can help out.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. That's interesting. And maybe as I wanted to kind of position you there, as I can move back to Major. And Major, I can tell you, even if I can't see the attendees, that the moment you started putting up the houses that you have built, that a lot of people started, must have been wondering how come this has been done and we didn't know. And a number of people must be feeling very embarrassed that they weren't there to offer support. But I would just like to know from you, and this question will be two-pronged because I'll follow it then up with Sunday, is you mentioned that a number of these designs were participatory, but you went through a process of selecting. Sometimes it's the same site, selecting new sites which were less prone to flooding. You also mentioned you had a challenge of BOQs. Just speak a little about the process that you go through and the professionals maybe that you use, or if you don't use professionals, any challenges to that. And then Sunday, you'll follow up by really beginning to see the opportunity for landscape to actually design floodable landscapes around some of those developments. So Major, speak a little on that, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. And yes, I'd like to agree with Arthur. I believe it was, is it Arthur who, no, it was George. George, yes, he has mentioned that the loss of shelter is quite a big blow to any family, because shelter is a very central facility in human life. So once you hear families have lost shelter, then they are really desperate. And that is a situation those 30-something families are facing as at now. In terms of the humanitarian work, shelter and food is usually very much less attractive because it's very costly. So in terms of when we are planning, when you are talking to partners, it is usually an area which many partners also think twice before they start venturing. So that is one challenge which we always face every time. Now, when we look at those houses, as you can see, they are fairly different. And as you guys, as experts in this, you may come in and say, yes, they have different structural integrity considerations and things like that. This is because this intervention is usually a relief kind of, it is a humanitarian intervention to provide, to give back that shelter in a very short time possible, and an appropriate shelter for that matter, considering the appropriateness of the need of that family and the appropriateness of the simple structural integrity, and also looking at some level of resilience towards the next flooding if it has to come. That is why we use this program. Again, it is called Participatory Approach to Safe Shelter Awareness. We move step by step with the affected communities in terms of identifying, first of all, what caused the destruction of this shelter.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Kinesi, Jenga.
Hi, good afternoon.
Rabu.
Hi, Rita, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Just as we prepare for the afternoon session, so the idea is just to have like small discussion groups, like mini studios. So you just be guiding the discussions, but not like giving presentations per se. It will be up to the audience to come up with the exact output or solution they want to come up with and build on it so that they can have something to present. This can be, if they are ready to present the final product, it can be done at 3 o'clock. If not, they can continue working on it because it will be presented again on the last day, on the third day, on Wednesday morning. So it's open. It's how the audience agree to work on the output, whether they're going to use a software for that, or they're just going to brainstorm and come up with action points. So it's really, it's very flexible, if I may just put it as that. So depending on the number of audience, we may have 2 or 3 breakout sessions with not around, say, 20, 30 people per group. So I'm seeing we are 32 now. We'll see how many people would have joined by, say, 5 minutes past 2. And then we'll have the breakout groups. Any clarification, any questions, any ideas?
Thank you, Rita. Well, so it's based on the discussions this morning, yeah?
Yes, yes. And our topic on basically building resilience.
All right. Okay, we missed a few of those early presentations because we had a studio, but I think it's nothing really, it's not a major issue.
Yes, as I said, it's really like open. It's not
Yeah.
like we are not giving you a topic for discussion. We are leaving
Okay.
it open.
Yeah.
For the morning discussions, we had areas around climate change, of course.
Yeah.
We had areas, of course, around other pandemics, flooding, of course, this pandemic that we are facing right now. So it just around, it's up to the group to decide on the sub theme that they want to build on their case. Of course, we had the idea of when we are thinking around, we think about coastal cities like Mombasa. So then at least you'll have a bit of focus and not having it too general in terms of maybe going international or going very far off, yeah?
Perfect.
Rita? Sana Rita?
Yes, yes.
Hi.
Hi, Evelyn.
I just want a clarification.
Yes.
So we are having like 2 groups here, like there are those who will be working on the ideas that will be discussed and those who are guiding, or how is it?
We are not having 2 groups. The groups will be breakout rooms, which is the overall group.
Okay.
You as the person who volunteered to guide, you just be guiding the the discussion so that you agree on one sub theme or one thing that you want to come up with solutions for.
Okay.
And then you build on them, because you'll have just 1 hour to brainstorm and come up with solutions. Again, you can give a brief at the end of the sessions at around 3:15, and then if you want to build on it, maybe make presentation or come up with a chat or something, you can do that, because again the groups will present again on Wednesday morning.
Okay.
So
Thanks a lot.
what you will do within the group, you also select like a team leader from the audience who make the presentation on behalf of the group on Wednesday morning.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
So I'm just waiting for
Good
more people to join so that we can have a proper brief, and then we go to the breakout session.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Rita.
Good afternoon to you.
Karanja speaking. I am seeing as, I think I'm one of the people who've been listed as experts in I think one of the groups, yeah?
Yes.
These groups are going to present, then we respond to that, isn't it?
There's no like formal presentation, as I said. It's more of a brainstorming session.
Yes.
So of course we are building on the areas that we discussed earlier on the broader theme of resilience.
Yes.
Of course, in the morning we had discussions around climate change and also around other natural disasters and pandemics such as flooding, the COVID-19 that we are currently facing. So how can we build resilience around that? So it's up to the group to, first of all, the few minutes of, once you meet in your the breakout sessions, then it's to agree on exactly what kind of solution you want to come up with as a group.
Yes. Yes.
Of course, we are working with the context of the coastal region, so that you're not very far off, like thinking so many things at the same time. So you try to be focused on one thing that you want to come up with a solution.
Yes.
Build on it, see how best you can present it.
Yep.
So you'll give us a summary of your discussion at the end of the session, this session, which will be around 3:15, 3:20.
Yep.
And then on Wednesday morning, you will have a representative from the subgroup present to the plenary the results of their discussion.
Perfect.
Yes. So basically, the Urban Lab is sort of a mini studio.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks.
So we're just waiting for a few more people to join. We'll give them like 3 more minutes, and then I'll have another briefing overall, and then we'll have the breakout sessions.
Okay, thanks.
So good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Rita.
Welcome, Dr. Mbathi. I see you made your way here.
Yes, thank you. My apologies for that.
Okay, so I'm just going to give a general brief on what you're going to be working on. And then thereafter, the host, which is the AK Secretariat, will break us off to the working groups. We are around 40 participants at the moment, thereabouts, so we'll have 2 breakout sessions. Again, just to remind you, the main theme, we're looking at building resilience with the main objective of establishing an understanding of the challenges of a sustainable and resilient urban development, and 2, analyzing the steering of mechanisms and instruments of urban resilience, and 3, developing appropriate strategies and measures necessary for achieving urban resilience. And in our case, we're looking at the coastal region. So you can have your discussions around what is going on in Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, or even Tana River. Of course, in the morning discussion, we had a lot of very good insights and very good presentations of what is being done. We had a group presenting to us in terms of what they were doing in Tana River. And we had discussions also from the global perspective, where we looked at issues affecting climate change. And of course, climate change is linked to other natural disasters such as drought, flooding. And of course, we had a very good presentation from the AAK Flood Task Force on what they were doing or the initiatives that they are already taking to combat flooding by having design which is resilient to flooding. And also we have the current pandemic, COVID-19, that also featured in our discussion. So I've put the main 3 points or the objectives of this Urban Thinkers Campus in the chat box so you can refer to them. So in your group, we did not want to fix for you what you're going to come up with in terms of the solution. We have left it to the group to brainstorm first. So you'll take the first few minutes in the group just to brainstorm and agree on one solution that you would want to develop. And then you're going to use the rest of the hour discussing the specific interventions or action areas that you would want to present as your results for the subgroups. Again, remember, this has to be around achieving the 3 objectives as I've put in the chat box. Again, in your groups, then you can brainstorm and see how best to go about it. So you can see whether you'll be using any other software or you'll be having one of you develop it. So my proposal would be immediately you go to your breakout groups. Of course, we'll be having our key experts who will be guiding the discussions, but they're not making formal presentations. It's just to guide the presentation. So for the first group, it will be headed by Plana Jenga, who will be assisted by Kinesi and Evelyn. And then we have the second group, which will be led by Plana Dr. Mbadi Musimi, who will be assisted by architect Imram. And I don't know if Dr. Elizabeth has joined us, but any other person who's a key expert can also assist you in the second group. So without further ado, I would want us to break into the groups. You'll make your presentation exactly 1 hour after this. So around 3:25, we are going to come back to the main room. We'll have just a brief overview of what you have discussed. And then you can, if you're okay, you can develop it further for the presentation on Wednesday morning. So what will happen on Wednesday morning, we'll have the 2 representatives from the groups presenting to the wider plenary their results so that we can build on them further before we present the same to the UN Habitat. So karibuni sana, and I'll now hand over to the Secretariat to allocate to us the groups. We'll do it randomly. So apart from the experts that I've mentioned, everyone else, you may find yourself either in group 1 or 2, but feel free to engage, feel free to bring in your expertise, and we meet again at 3:25. Welcome back to the main room. I don't know if we have lost some people, but you can just proceed. We proceed and have the representative from Urban Lab 1, which was led by David Jenga. If your representative could give us just a short summary of your main discussion and key resolutions that you came up with as a group. Remember, the main presentation will be made on Wednesday morning. So this is just a brief overview of what you have been able to achieve as a group.
Thank you, Anarita. I'm the one who's taking notes for Team 1, Lab 1, and I'll just share what we discussed in a nutshell. And from the themes that we're supposed to discuss the agenda on, we actually started by all agreeing that cities cannot happen by themselves and without looking at what happens around the cities, because the problems are not unique to just the urban areas, but from the other, surrounding satellite cities and areas as well. And we agreed that we need to look at cities from an urban ecology approach so that we have a balance of everything. And we don't just look at human beings as the users of the cities, but everything else that comes with it. In a nutshell, quickly, what we saw as challenges looking at the coastal region as our focus area was water scarcity, mangrove destruction, flooding, poverty, urbanization and sprawl, tourism and sustainability, and we also noted on this that we have selfie tourists who actually take advantage of some of these things, and they're happy to report that bad things are happening. So that is also a challenge by itself. Then we have social cultural factors, institutional paralysis, human psychology, that you find even those affected actually, have tendencies of hanging around where disaster happens for some reason known to them, and maybe economic, maybe social, maybe for handout reasons. That is a challenge by itself. And then we have resource conflict, whereby you find the communities around some of these key areas like the oceans, the rivers, want to actually just hang around where the resources are. And then we have the existing mechanism for resilient cities. We have uncoordinated efforts by different stakeholders. So you find the government is doing one thing, the local community is doing something by themselves. Red Cross comes in and does 1, 2, 3 things. Well-wishers also are doing something, somewhere. And these efforts are actually not put in together to work for the same goal. Then we have social innovation and local knowledge. That is the know-how. The indigenous people actually know, and have knowledge on what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. They also have the local resources or materials to do what they need to do. Possible strategies that can be explored. We have indigenous knowledge that can be used to create community resilience. Then it is about time we have interdisciplinary approach. We have all these people coming together and working towards the same goal, instead of everybody doing, doing something in bits and pieces. Then we need to build on existing urban policies. And the reason why it is important is that our team felt that it doesn't really, policies don't really exist for development purposes, but most of the time for budgetary purposes for the counties or the national government. Then we need to prioritize on resilient urban planning strategies, practices, sorry. And then we need to invest on training. We need to train those that we are going to have implementing some of these resolutions that you're coming up with, both in the county and in the private sector, and also the community. And then we need to involve research institutions and explore new concepts, because we find that there's a lot going on and being done in our universities and other training institutions or research institutions, but some of those findings just gather dust and, you know, they're not implemented. Maybe it is about time for the research institutions to come out and say, look, we have this. Can we do something with it? What can we do for you? Then we have incentives. We need to offer incentives like social and physical infrastructure so that people can feel like they're gaining something out of doing something else. Then we need to create awareness to local communities and possibly call for attitude change and perspective. This is looking at the human behavior. We need to actually let the affected or the communities where we want to carry out development know that this is for their own good and it's for everybody's good, that everybody knows what is going on and it should be done, or you know, it should be developed in the right direction. And then use readily available resources. If we have rivers, we have the ocean that is in the coastal region, we need to see how these body masses, for example, can be of use to development and also income creation for communities. So that's about it. Over to you, Juliet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanza. That was a very good presentation. Do we have any reaction now for 1 or 2 reactions from the participants? If you are in the group and you want to add on something, or you are in the other group and you want maybe to comment on the presentation. No comment? No reaction?
Rita, it means, it could only mean 2 things. They either understood everything or understood nothing.
or they went to get a cup of tea. They're not even here with us.
Let me comment something. What went on before we arrived at that is because we decided for now, because of time, we should at least just scout for the general challenges. However, given more time, we thought we could narrow on one specific challenge, and we stretch it out to the maximum possible in terms of giving solutions to it, and also maybe narrowing down to a specific area. But for now, we decided to do a sort of brainstorming kind of discussion.
Okay, that's in order, but you still have until Wednesday morning if you want to brainstorm more.
Right.
So we can proceed to the second group. Unmute yourself and yes.
Thank you, Rita, for this. Now, the second group was chaired by Dr. Musimi, then finalized by myself. And yeah, we looked at the issues that to be discussed, trying to understand the challenges that are there within resiliency, to identify the instruments that we need to sort all these challenges, and formulation of strategies. We generally discussed quite a bit out of those 3 issues. First was to understand, we discussed on how best to understand urban resiliency. And the first issue is about critical stakeholder participation. Because in many times we see stakeholder participations are actually stage managed. Yeah, we need more where it's critical and where we get the end user, especially the end users, and all voices on board. Second issue was about in terms of trying to get a resilient society or community was efficient communication to alert people on the do's and don'ts. And this was mainly leaning on both the communication itself and trying to get behavioral change. Because behavioral change, we looked at it as saying that's one of the main things. Even if we have very good laws, but people don't change behavior, we tend to end up with the same things. Elitism versus speaking the language of the end user was critical in trying to sort the resilience challenge. There's also a challenge in enforcing existing laws and regulations. I think Kenya generally has some of the best laws and regulations, but enforcement is one of our biggest challenge. Implementations of those laws is another. Socioeconomic inclusion of the community members, and this can be done through job creation, empowerment of the communities to become more responsible to this resilience matters. And this empowerment of communities can be through education from the local to the national level. And this can also be done through identification of resilience champions. In our communities, we have quite a number of this. It's just a matter of helping them out to come out and use them as role models for implementation of some of this. New design ideas should be better informed by the local skills. This is one of the things that can be, the local skills and resources are critical in this, and not bringing importing ideas into local areas, both nationally and in the local counties. Positive cultural and educational influence on children and youth. Without teaching the youth and the children, we will constantly have the same problems where we are trying to educate people on environmentally or social friendly things, but they are already their behavioral, their culture, personal culture has already developed into a certain level. Less resource dependent buildings. For the architects and also urban designers, we need, when we're dealing with the built environment, we need to develop and design less resource dependent buildings and infrastructure. We need to make governments do more than they are doing. This could be through the adaptation of global frameworks like the SDGs. I think it was felt like out of the 17 SDGs, we may be concentrating on a few, not all of them. Professionals need to also take elective offices. When professionals who have the knowledge take elective offices, it has been seen that the industry or the society develops better because of that knowledge. And then incentives for green developments, green designs, green developments. Earlier on, we saw there were representatives of the Kenya Green Building Society who are pushing for this, and we need more of that, where people get incentives for green designs. And I think that is basically a summary of our discussions, unless my team members have something to add to it. I think in addition, one of the other thing we also talked about is as we are empowering local communities to create a balance. The importance is creating a balance with all this within the local. not only to think economically, but to create the whole balance of economy, society, and environment. For example, urban agriculture, encouraging it and improving it will be a great way of creating incentives for people to move to new developments that are better than the low-income housing that we have. I think that's a summary of what we did, unless my teammates can add something more.
Thank you very much, Mwanimu. Nakoni Mwanimu. Thank you very much. Team members, if we have any reactions. Yes, Wanza.
I shared a clap.
He was your teacher too?
No. I was just clapping for the presentation.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Clan Irene Keino, I'm seeing you. I've not heard your voice. Arabu, was everything captured from your group?
Yes, Rita. I think our chair did justice to the presentation.
Perfect. I think it has been a very good day, very engaging. We've had a very good summary from the two groups. I will not add or remove anything. I think the message is quite home. I'll look forward to receiving the full submission so that we can also do a summary for tomorrow. So basically, tomorrow is a very light day. We'll have, of course, a summary from day one. So we'll have the report from the rapporteurs in the morning. And then after that, we'll go to the roundtable discussions, which will be led by Robin Emerson. She's also an urban planner and the WIRE president. She'll be joined by panelists, George Wesonga, Professor Alfred Omenya, and of course, for the session, we'll also be having land architect Ambrose Ofafa. Sorry, Ofafa will be the moderator for the session. Then roundtable discussion 2, the moderator will be Mark Ojal, who is an urban designer and works for the Aak-Unhabitat. On the panel, he will be having John Paul Obonyo from Hakietu. There will be Plana Mwenda Ryungu, who is currently the Director of Physical Planning, Tana River County. And then we'll have Joe from KDI, who will also build on the presentation which was made today by Architect George Arabu. So tomorrow we hope to end the session by 1, and then we'll have the call to action on the last day. So again, I wish to thank you very much. So the group leads, please send the reports, summary of your discussion. The email has been dropped in the main chat. That's aak@aak.or.ke, and copy James at aak.or.ke, or drop me an email, junirita@gmail.com. Or you can write to all and copy the other two. So see you tomorrow, and thank you very much. God bless you all, and see you tomorrow. And bring your friends along tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rita.
Thanks. Tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.